Welcome back to our history podcast. In this episode, we will focus on the rise and the fall of the Kingdom of Kush. Tonight, we're going to journey down the Nile, but not to the pyramids or the grand temples of Egypt. Instead, we're heading south, to a place where another civilization was quietly rising, building, and learning to assert itself against the weight of the world's greatest empire. This is the story of Kush, and it's a story that doesn't always make it into the history books the way it should. Not because it's unimportant, but because it unfolds slowly, without the dramatic conquests or the monumental grandeur that catches the eye of most historians. South of Egypt, beyond the first cataract of the Nile, there was a world that developed its own cities, its own gods, its own way of doing things. And for a very long time, this world existed in the shadow of Egyptian power, absorbing influences, learning techniques, adopting ideas, but never quite disappearing into that shadow. But shadows don't last forever, and what we're exploring tonight is how a distant Nubian kingdom gradually emerged from that shadow, how it absorbed influences while maintaining its own identity, and how it eventually became powerful enough to look Egypt in the eye as an equal, then later as a master. This is a long, slow story of cultural formation, of trade and exchange, of how geography shapes destiny, and of how a kingdom gradually learns to stand on its own. It's a story about people learning from neighbors, about the movement of goods and ideas along rivers and desert paths, about how a place slowly becomes a kingdom. So settle in, get comfortable, find a soft place to rest your head, maybe dim your lights a little bit, and let's ease into the world of Kush together, a civilization built along the greatest river in Africa, shaped by distance and water and the patient work of building something that will last, something that endured through centuries and left its mark on the world. Down in the far south, where the Nile flows through what is now Sudan, there was a geography unlike anywhere else in the ancient world. The Nile itself was the spine of everything, flowing northward in a ribbon of life through an otherwise punishing landscape. But the Nile in this southern region was different from the Nile of Egypt. It moved faster, more turbulent, broken into segments by cataracts, which were rocky outcrops and waterfalls, and rapids that divided the river into distinct zones that could be traversed but never easily. These cataracts, numbered from north to south, 1 through 6, became natural boundaries that separated regions and created strategic choke points where anyone who wanted to control the river or the trade that moved along it had to reckon with the landscape itself. The river would not bend to human will, but human ambition had to accommodate itself to the river. Above the first cataract was Egypt, the world of the pharaohs, the land of temples and bureaucracy. Below it was Nubia, a vast region extending southward, and within Nubia there were smaller, distinct geographical and political regions. Upper Nubia, in the south, stretched down from the second cataract and beyond, and this was the land that would eventually be called Kush, the heartland of what we're discussing tonight. Lower Nubia, in the north, lay between the first and second cataracts and was called Wawat. These names mattered intensely because they divided not just geography, but trade routes, power bases, and political identity. To say you were from Upper Nubia or from Kush was to claim a specific place in the world. The Nile created fertile floodplains along its course, thin ribbons of black soil where the annual inundation left behind rich, life-giving sediment. Here, agriculture was possible, grain could be grown, vegetables could be cultivated. But away from the river, just a short distance from the water's edge, the land turned harsh and unforgiving in a way that's difficult to imagine if you've never seen such a place. Desert on both sides, merciless and expansive, hot beyond endurance in summer, cold beyond comfort in winter, pushing populations toward the water out of pure survival instinct. Rock art found in the region, carved and painted onto stone faces over thousands of years, shows that in a much earlier era, cattle herds roamed across what is now desert, painted in careful ochre strokes in an ancient artistic tradition. These paintings are evidence of a time when the climate was wetter, when people could move more freely across the landscape with their animals, when the Sahara was not yet fully desert. But between 5,000 and 4,000 years before the present era, the climate shifted, the rains stopped, the grasslands retreated northward and southward, leaving the middle regions drier, and people were drawn, necessarily, to the Nile, the only reliable source of water and sustenance. The river became everything, absolutely everything. It provided water for drinking and irrigation. Its seasonal floods, predictable and annual, brought nutrient-rich silt down from the highlands of Ethiopia and deposited it on the floodplains, renewing the soil year after year. Fish swam in its channels, protein for those who could fish. Birds nested along its banks, game for hunters. The Nile was life itself, quite literally, and whoever controlled access to the Nile's bounty, whoever could organize irrigation, whoever could collect the harvests and store them, could build something lasting, something that would endure. Beyond agriculture, the region beneath the First Cataract possessed something Egypt desperately wanted, something Egypt would pursue for thousands of years. Gold, enormous quantities of it, lying in the eastern desert and accessible through mining operations that could be organized and controlled by a powerful ruler. Also, ivory, which came from elephant herds to the south and deeper into Africa, exotic and valuable in Egypt, where it was worked into luxury items. Ebony, dark and beautiful wood, suitable for fine furniture and religious objects. Incense, fragrant resins burned in temples to honor the gods. Animal skins, furs, and other exotic materials. And importantly, the labor of people who could be trained as soldiers or workers, who could be recruited into service or conscripted into armies. This was not an impoverished region. It was a wealthy one, precisely because it lay at the intersection of the African interior and the Mediterranean corridor, a crossroads where goods from deep in Africa moved northward toward Egypt and the Levant, and where Egyptian manufactured goods and Mediterranean trade goods moved southward in return. Trade flowed through Nubia in both directions. Goods moved north toward Egypt and beyond to the Levant and across the sea. Goods moved south into the interior of Africa, Kush and the broader Nubian region. War, a natural middleman, a bridge between worlds, a place where merchants met, where goods were exchanged, where wealth accumulated in the hands of those who controlled the trade routes. Before there was a kingdom called Kush, there were people living and dying and learning in this landscape along the Nile. The earliest inhabitants arrived in the region as hunter-gatherers and pastoralists, moving through the landscape following game and seasonal water sources, living lightly on the land as their ancestors had for countless generations before them. By around 8,500 before the Common Era, something began to shift in how these people organized their lives and thought about their relationship to the land. They began making pottery, crafting vessels from clay with their hands, a sign that settlements were becoming more permanent, that people were staying in places long enough to make things that would break if you moved them constantly. Pottery means settlement. It means invis, tenement in place. It means someone decided to stay here long enough to make something beautiful or useful that cannot easily be transported. By 7,000 to 5,000 before the Common Era, agriculture took its first real foothold in the region, transforming how people lived. Barley, that resilient grain that could tolerate the climate, was planted in the floodplains and tended through the seasons. Wheat appeared. People learned which plants could be domesticated and grown rather than simply gathered. Animals were brought close to settlements, cattle and sheep and goats, sources of meat and milk and hides and labor. Villages began to form. small settlements of houses built from mud brick, organized around shared resources and shared work. The people learned to irrigate, to dig channels that would re-water from the Nile to fields that might otherwise be dry. They learned to store grain in granaries for the lean months. They learned to work together. This was the pre-Kerma period, a term archaeologists use to describe the cultural traditions that flourished in Upper Nubia for many centuries, before what would later become the most important city in early Nubia, and indeed in all of sub-Saharan Africa, ever took formal shape. The pre-Kerma people had learned through trial and error, through generations of experimentation and adaptation, through the patient work of understanding their specific landscape, and how it changed through the year, how to live in this region. They understood the Nile's rhythms, the predictable patterns of flood and low water, the way the river rose in late summer and fell again in spring. They knew when to expect the rise and how to prepare for it, how to protect their settlements and their fields. They knew where to plant crops and when to harvest them before the water came again. They learned the hard way through mistakes and losses and eventual success. They learned how to organize labor, how to mobilize people for communal projects like building irrigation canals or dikes or terraces, projects that required coordination and planning. They learned how to conduct trade, how to exchange surplus goods with neighbors, how to establish relationships with distant trading partners, how to acquire materials from distant places that could not be found locally. Trade was not just about commerce. It was about relationships, about alliances, about creating connections. They worked stone and bone and wood, creating tools and ornaments. They made pottery in distinctive styles that varied from village to village, styles that archaeologists can identify and trace, styles that told stories about who made them and where. Some pottery was decorated with patterns that might have had religious or symbolic meaning. Some was purely practical, made for storage or cooking. By around 2400 before the Common Era, these cultural traditions, refined over centuries of development, had crystallized into something more formal, more centralized, more obviously organized under a single authority. A kingdom emerged. People recognized themselves as part of something larger than a village, larger than a family. They recognized the authority of a king. They paid taxes in the form of goods or labor. They followed laws. They participated in a shared religious life that was organized from a center. A kingdom emerged, not overnight, not in a moment of conquest, but gradually, as certain families accumulated power and wealth through successful trade or military dominance, as certain settlements grew larger and more important than others, as religious institutions became more elaborate and more dominant in people's lives. Within this emerging kingdom, one city grew in prominence above all others. The city of Kerma itself was founded on what had once been an island in the middle of the river, a position chosen deliberately for its strategic advantages. Access to water on all sides for transportation and military defense. Defensibility, harder to attack when surrounded by the river. A natural meeting point for river trade, a place where goods could be collected and redistributed. At the heart of Kerma stood a massive temple structure called the Defufa, a Nubian word for a fortified mud brick building, a structure that combined religious and defensive functions in a way that suited the landscape and the times. The Western Defufa, as it is known today, was constructed after 1750 before the Common Era, and it is one of the most impressive structures from ancient Nubia. Impressive not because it is delicate or beautiful in the Egyptian sense, but because it is massive, because it represents an enormous commitment of labor and resources and organization. The building itself tells a story to anyone who looks at it carefully. It has multiple levels, climbing upward from the foundation toward the sky. An interior staircase, steep and narrow, climbs toward a rooftop platform where the sky opens up a and a person standing there could see for miles across the river and the landscape. Subterranean chambers descend beneath, dark spaces whose purpose remains debated, perhaps used for storage, perhaps for religious rituals, perhaps as refugees during times of conflict. The whole structure was built from mud brick, sun-dried clay bricks that required enormous quantities of labor to produce and assemble. Someone, somewhere, had to dig clay. Someone had to mix it with water and straw. Someone had to form bricks in molds and lay them in the sun to dry. Someone had to mix mortar. Someone had to carry these bricks and lay them course after course, building upward, working under the hot sun. The fact that Kerma's rulers could command the resources to undertake such a project, could organize and direct to such labor, shows that they controlled significant wealth and possessed the authority to organize large numbers of workers over extended periods of time. The Defufa was a temple, a religious center where priests performed rituals honoring the gods, where offerings were made, where the divine and human realms were believed to intersect. But it was also a statement about power, a monument that said to anyone who saw it, this ruler is powerful, this ruler has resources, this ruler has the authority to command and to build. It was the confidence of a ruling class made physical, expressed in baked mud and stone. The name Kush carries history within it, history that became more defined and more significant as time passed, as the civilization developed and took shape. When the Egyptians looked south and saw the kingdoms and peoples there, they gave them a name. Kush, sometimes spelled Kush, probably came from an indigenous word, Kasu, meaning the people themselves or the land itself, a word that captured something essential about identity and place. The Egyptian designation stuck, used in hieroglyphic inscriptions on temple walls and administrative documents, repeated and reinforced until it became the standard term, the name that echoed through official channels and historical records. By the time of the 18th dynasty of Egypt, roughly 1550 before the Common Era, Kush was the standard term for the region south of the First Cataract, appearing again and again in pharaonic decrees and military records. The Greeks, who had their own contact with the region through trade and exploration, and sometimes through conflict, called it Ethiopia. Another name, another perspective, another way of understanding the same place. But within Nubian culture, within the traditions of the people who actually lived there, the name Kush meant something deeper and more particular than a mere geographical designation. It was identity. It was a claim to a specific territory, to a specific way of living, to a specific relationship with the Nile and the desert and the interior of Africa. It connected people to ancestors and to land. As Nubian elites encountered Egyptian civilization, through trade and sometimes through conflict, through the movement of goods and ideas along the river, the name Kush became more than just a geographical designation used by outsiders. It became political. It said, we are a people. We have a name. We exist. We are not Egypt. And though at certain moments, in certain eras, the Egyptian empire would try to erase that identity, would impose Egyptian names on Nubian rulers, would promote Egyptian gods and Egyptian customs, would encourage the speaking of Egyptian language over local Nubian languages, the name Kush persisted. It was carried by people who remembered their origins, who maintained cultural traditions in private, even as they learned Egyptian language and adopted Egyptian fashions and participated in Egyptian religious rituals in their public lives. This splitting of identity, this living in two worlds at once, became characteristic of Nubian elites for centuries. The emergence of Kush as a distinct political entity was not sudden. It was a gradual hardening of identity, a slow assertion of autonomy within a larger system of power dominated by Egypt. It was also pragmatic and practical. Nubian elites recognized that Egyptian culture had value. Egyptian temples were magnificent, built with sophisticated engineering and decorated with skilled artistry. Egyptian writing systems could record information in ways that local methods could not, creating permanent records that could be stored and consulted. Egyptian gods seemed powerful, seemed to deliver results. So Nubian rulers adopted these things. They learned hieroglyphics, the sacred writing of Egypt. They built temples in Egyptian style to stand alongside temples built in local styles. They honored Amun and Horus and Thoth alongside whatever gods their own people worshipped in their private devotions. But they did not disappear into Egyptian culture. They remained themselves. They maintained their own languages. They practiced their own burial customs. They spoke their own names. And the name Kush was their way of saying so, a name that connected them to the land and to the people, and to a history that was older than Egyptian domination. The relationship between Egypt and Nubia was complicated from the very beginning, woven through with trade and conflict and cultural exchange, with moments of cooperation and moments of tension. As Egypt grew stronger during the Old Kingdom, roughly 2686 to 2181 before the Common Era, expeditions began moving south along the Nile. Pharaohs like Sneferu sent expeditions into Nubia to acquire goods that Egypt needed or desired. Gold was the prize, the ultimate goal, but also ebony, incense, and ivory. The Egyptians did not arrive as conquerors initially. They came as traders, bartering goods and building trading stations at strategic locations. They erected fortresses at points where they could protect their interests and control access to resources and to the river itself. These early Egyptian forts were not full military installations. They were trading posts first, fortified to protect merchants from bandits or pirates or hostile local populations. But they were also symbols of Egyptian presence, reminders that Egypt was here, that Egypt had power, that Egypt could protect trade and could enforce its will. By the Middle Kingdom, roughly 2040 to 1782 before the Common Era, the situation had changed significantly. Egypt was becoming more aggressive in its approach to Nubia. Pharaohs began to see Nubia not as a trading partner to be dealt with fairly, but as territory to be controlled and exploited, as a place that belonged to Egypt. Sesostris I, who ruled around 1950 before the Common Era, began building a series of towns and fortifications below the Second Cataract. These were not trading posts that might accommodate both Egyptian and Nubian merchants. They were administrative centers with heavy fortifications, places built to last, built to control. Sesostris III, who ruled from 1866 to 1863 before the Common Era, took this strategy much further. He launched military campaigns into Nubia and erected massive river forts at strategic locations. Buhan, with its towering walls and sophisticated defensive design. Semna and Kuma, positioned on opposite banks of the river to control passage. Shalfak and Toshka at Uranati, extending Egyptian control further south. These fortresses served multiple purposes simultaneously. They protected Egyptian trade interests and allowed the pharaoh to extract gold and other resources more efficiently, with less need to negotiate with local rulers. They served as bases for mining operations and smelting works, allowing Egypt to exploit Nubian resources more directly. They were collection points where tribute could be gathered from the local population and stockpiled for transport north. They were also symbols of power, monuments that said to anyone who saw them, Egypt is here, Egypt is in control, Egypt has the authority to build such structures, Egypt will not leave. The construction of these forts represented a major shift in the balance of power and in the nature of the Egypt-Nubia relationship. For the first time, Egypt was imposing direct political control rather than simply engaging in exchange or maintaining trading relationships. The local Nubian populations had to reckon with Egyptian authority whether they wanted to or not. Some accommodated it, accepted Egyptian rule as inevitable, became collaborators or administrators within the Egyptian system. Some resisted, refused to acknowledge Egyptian authority, launched rebellions that were crushed by Egyptian armies. But resistance was difficult when Egyptian troops were garrisoned at strategic locations along the Nile, when the Egyptian military was clearly superior in numbers and equipment, when the Egyptian pharaoh could command resources on a scale that Nubian rulers could not match. This period of Egyptian expansion and control did not last forever, however. Egypt, like all great empires throughout history, experienced periods of weakness and internal turmoil. Dynastic conflicts, religious disagreements, economic problems, all of these things weakened Egyptian authority. During the 13th dynasty, roughly 1773 to 1650 before the Common Era, Egyptian control over Lower Nubia began to slip. Many of the forts that had been maintained with such effort were abandoned. The Egyptian administrators withdrew. Local Nubian power began to reassert itself, and in the interior of Nubia, in Upper Nubia, far from the immediate reach of Egyptian military control and Egyptian administrative authority, something new was growing and taking shape, something that would become powerful. A city, a kingdom, something that would challenge Egypt, that would develop its own strength and learn to assert its own will. The city of Kerma rose in the region between the third and fourth cataracts of the Nile, a location far enough south to be beyond Egyptian administrative control, but still connected to trade routes that moved north toward Egypt and south into Africa. Kerma became the first major kingdom to emerge in Nubia, the first great city-state of sub-Saharan Africa, a civilization that rivaled Egypt in its organizational sophistication and its wealth. Kerma was not built on a whim, was not the result of a single founder or a single decision. It grew gradually out of the pre-Kerma cultural traditions that had been established and refined over many centuries. The pre-Kerma people, living in this region, had learned through long experience how to live in this landscape. They knew how to farm the floodplains, extracting maximum value from the annual inundation. They knew how to organize labor for communal projects. They knew how to conduct trade, moving goods up and down the river, exchanging with distant partners. By around 2400 before the Common Era, these cultural traditions, accumulated wisdom passed from generation to generation, had crystallized into something more formal and more obviously organized. A kingdom took shape, not all at once but gradually over generations, as power concentrated in fewer hands and wealth accumulated in certain families and certain places. The city itself was founded on what had once been an island in the Nile, or on a peninsula surrounded by water. This location was chosen deliberately for its strategic advantages: access to water on all sides for transportation and communication with distant settlements, defensibility, harder to attack and easier to defend when surrounded or nearly surrounded by the river, a natural meeting point for river trade, a place where goods moving north and south could be collected, stored, and redistributed. At the heart of Kerma stood the Defufa, that massive temple structure that dominated the skyline. The Western Defufa, constructed after 1750 before the Common Era, is one of the most impressive structures from ancient Nubia. It is impressive not because it is delicate or beautiful in the way Egyptian temples are delicate and beautiful, but because it is massive, because it represents an enormous commitment of labor and resources and organization, because it took time and effort and skill to build. By 1700 before the Common Era, Kerma had grown into a large and flourishing urban centre. The population is estimated at somewhere around 10,000 people, which for its time was substantial and impressive. The city extended over a significant area. It was not just a temple and a few houses clustered around it. It was a real city with neighbourhoods, with workshops where things were made, with storage facilities for grain and goods, with infrastructure to support a large population. Around Kerma, the distinctive Kerma culture spread across the Nubian landscape. Archaeological evidence shows Kerma cultural influences extending from the Second Cataract south beyond the Fourth Cataract, a distance of more than 200 miles. This was not a small, localized kingdom confined to a single city. This was a major regional power capable of projecting influence across enormous distances, capable of imposing its will on neighboring peoples. The king of Kerma did not rule through military force alone, though he certainly had military power. He ruled through the control of trade, through the ability to channel goods through his city and take a profit. He ruled through the control of gold production and through the monopoly on certain luxury items. He ruled through religious authority, through temples and priests who performed rituals and consulted oracles that supposedly revealed the will of the gods. He ruled through the ability to offer patronage to local chiefs and rulers in surrounding regions, to reward loyalty with gifts and protection, with access to trade goods and military support. Merchant networks connected Kerma to the lands around it, to Egypt in the north, to sub-Saharan Africa in the south and west, networks that had been built over centuries, and that were maintained through careful diplomacy and mutual benefit. Goods flowed in and out constantly, moving along the river and along overland routes, creating the prosperity that Kerma was known for. Gold from the desert, the precious metal that everyone wanted. Ivory from farther south, from elephant herds that roamed beyond Kerma's direct control. Grain from the floodplains, food that could be stored and traded. Manufactured goods from the workshops of Kerma itself, items made by skilled artisans. Most people in the Kerma kingdom lived not in the capital, but in smaller villages scattered across the region. They farmed barley in the floodplain, working the land as their ancestors had for generations. They kept cattle and sheep and goats, animals that provided meat and milk and hides. They paid tribute to the capital, sending a portion of what they produced. In return, they received protection from the king's army, access to trade goods that came from distant places, and the prestige of belonging to a powerful kingdom. The Kerma elite built their wealth from this system of trade and from the control of production. Workshops at Kerma produced metal goods made from copper and other metals, faience, pottery shaped and decorated with skill. These items were traded throughout the region and beyond, carrying Kerma's cultural influence and generating wealth. The tombs of Kerma's kings and nobles were extraordinary, built to last forever, built to display the wealth and power of those buried within. Massive burial mounds, some reaching over 90 meters in diameter, contained the bodies of rulers and their attendants. Excavations led by the archaeologist George Reisner revealed that these tombs included not just the king, but also human and animal sacrifices. Hundreds of people were killed and buried with the ruler, presumably to serve him in the afterlife, to attend to his needs in whatever comes after death. The practice is shocking to modern sensibilities, but it was a clear statement about the power of the king, about the absolute nature of his authority. The king's authority was so complete, so absolute, that he could command that his subjects die for him, could make the ultimate demand and be obeyed. This kind of burial practice, with sacrificial retainers, connects Kerma to older, non-Egyptian traditions, to the values and beliefs of the Nubian people themselves, distinct from Egyptian practices. The Kerma kingdom engaged in extensive trade with Egypt and with sub-Saharan Africa, moving goods over long distances and accumulating wealth in the process. Nubian gold flowed north toward Egypt, where it was shaped into ornaments and statues and religious objects. Egyptian manufactured goods flowed south, bringing ideas and styles and technologies. Exotic products from deep in Africa moved northward through Kerma toward Egypt and the Mediterranean Nean world, goods that were valued and prized. Kerma was a middleman, a broker, a kingdom positioned perfectly geographically to profit from this exchange, taking a share of every trade that moved through its territory. And for several centuries, roughly from 1700 to 1500 before the Common Era, the kingdom prospered. Kerma was strong, wealthy, and independent, answering to no external power, controlling its own destiny. The king of Kerma commanded respect from his own people and from neighboring rulers. His word was law. His will was done. His wealth was displayed in monuments and tombs and temples. But the world around Kerma was changing, shifting, becoming unstable. In Egypt, new forces were stirring, new dynasties rising, new pharaohs taking power with ambitious plans for expansion and conquest. A new Egypt was forming, stronger and more aggressive than before, and this new Egypt would not tolerate an independent, powerful kingdom on its southern frontier. This new Egypt would demand control, and Kerma, proud and prosperous, would have to face the consequences of standing in the way of Egyptian ambition. The centuries of relative independence were coming to an end. The quiet prosperity of Kerma as a minor power would give way to a new reality. But that is a story for another part of our journey, a story of conquest and resistance and the long transformation that would follow. For now, Kerma stood at the height of its power, a flourishing kingdom along the Nile, home to kings and merchants and craftspeople, a civilization that had built something remarkable in a difficult landscape, something that lasted and that mattered in its own time. But empires rise and fall, and the world Kerma knew was changing. There were currents moving through history, forces gathering that no walls could stop. Far to the north, in Egypt, something was happening. The second intermediate period of fragmentation was ending. A new Egypt was emerging, unified and ambitious, organized under the new kingdom. It was not an Egypt of diplomatic equals, but of conquest and domination. A pharaoh named Thutmose I, who ruled around 1504 before the Common Era, brought this new energy southward. He was interested in conquest, in bringing all the lands south of Egypt under Egyptian control and extracting their wealth. Thutmose I arrived with an army, with soldiers trained in war, with the most sophisticated military force the ancient world had seen. He had chariots, archers with composite bows, infantry organized into units. Kerma had warriors, skilled and trained, but they had no way to match Egyptian military power. Thutmose I swept south with overwhelming force, destroying fortifications, crushing armies. The resistance was brief. The outcome was never in doubt. Kerma fell. The capital was destroyed, its rulers killed or forced to submit. Temples were desecrated and converted. The city was burned, its grandeur reduced to ash. The greatest power in Nubia was broken in months. It was abandoned and eventually covered by sand, forgotten until archaeologists found it thousands of years later. The Nubian kingdom was shattered and divided into administrative provinces under Egyptian governors. Thutmose I had imposed a new political order, replacing Nubian independence with Egyptian control, Nubian kings with Egyptian governors. He had begun a process of replacing Nubian gods and customs with Egyptian ones. The direction was clear. Thutmose I established a southern border at Khanisa-Kirgus, far south of the Fourth Cataract. This was the limit of Egyptian control. Everything north belonged to Egypt, subject to Egyptian law and administration, expected to contribute taxes and tribute. The pharaoh's authority extended from the Mediterranean to this distant frontier, thousands of miles under the control of a single ruler. It was an extraordinary achievement, though not easy to maintain. For the next 500 years, from around 1500 to 1070 before the Common Era, Egypt would maintain control over Nubia. That is half a millennium of Egyptian rule and influence flowing through Nubian culture, long enough to transform a culture and impose Egyptian ways so thoroughly that later generations sometimes could not distinguish where Egypt ended and Nubia began. The occupation was not always violent. There were no constant battles or rebellions that had to be put down with regular military force. For the most part, the Egyptian system worked through administration and co-optation, through offering incentives to those who cooperated and removing opportunities from those who did not. Nubian elites who accepted Egyptian authority were rewarded with positions in the government, with wealth, with the opportunity to maintain some measure of power and prestige within the new system. They lost their independence, lost the right to rule their own lands for themselves alone, but they gained position and privilege within a larger empire. They could become rich, they could have influence, they could have status. Those who refused, who resisted, who tried to hold on to the old ways, who wanted to continue as independent rulers, were eliminated or marginalized or pushed aside. There was no place for them in the new order. They were either removed or they accepted the change and moved into positions of service to the Egyptian state. It was efficiency of a sort, not brutal in a constant sense, but firm, absolutely firm, not violent, but inexorable, like water wearing away at stone, slowly but inevitably reshaping the landscape. The Nubian world was divided into two administrative provinces, the way empires divide their territories into manageable pieces. Lower Nubia in the north, with its capital at Aswan, was governed by a viceroy who reported to the pharaoh. This was the region closer to Egypt, easier to control, integrated more directly into the Egyptian system. Upper Nubia, the southern region, with its administrative center at Napata, was also governed by a viceroy who answered to the pharaoh. Napata was further south, more remote, but still firmly within the Egyptian sphere of control. Each of these viceroys had authority over a defined territory and was responsible for collecting taxes, maintaining order, protecting Egyptian interests, recruiting soldiers and slaves for the pharaoh's armies. Below the viceroys were deputies, one for each region, and below them were a hierarchy of officials and administrators, a bureaucracy that was staffed primarily by Egyptians, but that also included Egyptianized Nubians, people who had accepted the new order and who had learned to function within it, who understood the system and could navigate it and make it work. The system worked. It was organized and effective, refined over centuries of imperial administration. It extracted wealth from Nubia and sent it north toward Egypt. It maintained order, discouraged rebellion, prevented the kind of local conflicts that might destabilize the province. It was an empire, and it worked the way empires work, through organization and the strategic use of rewards and punishments. Nubian elites adapted to the new reality. The upper classes learned Egyptian language, not because they wanted to perhaps, but because it was necessary for advancement, necessary for conducting business, necessary for participating in the system that now governed their world. They learned to read and write hieroglyphics, the sacred writing of Egypt, the writing that was used in temples and in government documents, and in the records that were kept to track taxes and resources. They adopted Egyptian styles of dress, at least in formal settings, in public contexts. They adopted Egyptian religious practices, or at least they participated in them publicly, honoring Egyptian gods in the temples, making offerings, participating in religious festivals that were organized by the Egyptian priesthood. They married into Egyptian families, or married their daughters to Egyptian officials, creating kinship ties that bound them to the Egyptian elite and that ensured their continued position and favor. They built villas in Egyptian style, houses modeled on Egyptian architecture rather than on traditional Nubian building styles. They conducted their business in Egyptian language, communicated with the government in Egyptian language, participated in the world of imperial administration in Egyptian language. They worshipped Egyptian gods, or at least They worshipped Egyptian gods in public, in official settings, in contexts where their Egyptian overlords could see them doing so, where it was expected and required. In private, maybe, behind closed doors. Maybe they remembered the old gods and de-whispered prayers to them in the old language. Maybe. But in public, the face they showed was Egyptian. The common people, the farmers and workers and craftspeople, who made up the vast majority of the population, did not have to learn Egyptian language to conduct their daily lives. Their lives did not require them to speak Egyptian, or to read hieroglyphics, or to participate in the system of imperial administration. They worked the land as their ancestors had worked it, using methods that were familiar and traditional. They farmed the floodplains, producing barley and other crops, timing their work to the Nile's cycles, just as Nubian farmers had done for thousands of years before the conquest. They kept cattle and sheep, herded animals across the grasslands that remained along the river. They did the labour that the economy required, the work that generated the wealth that the state extracted as taxes. They paid taxes in the form of goods or labour or both, delivering grain to state granaries, working on state construction projects, providing their labour as required. They were subjects, not citizens, expected to obey and contribute, but not expected to understand the higher levels of government, not expected to participate in decision-making, not expected to do anything but work and pay and obey. The cultural situation that developed was complex, layered, multiple. There was the official Egypt, the Egypt of administration and temples and religious life, where Egyptian language and Egyptian customs dominated, where people wore Egyptian clothes and spoke Egyptian language, and worshipped Egyptian gods and followed Egyptian laws. And underneath that, there was the Nubian world, the world of family and village and local tradition, where Nubian language was still spoken, where Nubian gods were still honoured in private, in quiet moments, where the old ways persisted, even though they could not be practiced openly, could not be displayed without risking official displeasure. Some scholars have called this a cultural stratification, a separation of elite and common culture that allowed the Egyptian system to work without requiring the complete erasure of Nubian identity. The elite became Egyptianized, absorbed into the Egyptian system, accepting Egyptian authority as legitimate and even beneficial, finding it advantageous to align themselves with Egypt rather than to resist. But the common people, the vast majority, maintained their own identity beneath the surface, their own language in private spaces, their own gods in unobserved moments, their own way of understanding the world that had not been entirely overwritten by Egyptian ideology. This split, this separation, allowed Egypt to maintain control without having to transform every aspect of Nubian society, without having to police every thought and every prayer, without having to erase completely the cultures that had existed before the conquest. It was pragmatic. It was efficient. It allowed Nubian culture to survive underneath, even as Egyptian culture dominated above. The most crucial resource that Egypt desired from Nubia was gold. The precious metal was not distributed evenly throughout the region. It lay in deposits in the eastern desert, in specific locations that could be accessed through careful mining operations conducted over long periods of time. Egyptian entrepreneurs and officials moved south to develop these mines, to extract the wealth that lay beneath the sand. They brought Egyptian workers and Egyptian supervisors with expertise in mining operations. They organized the extraction of gold on a massive scale, building the infrastructure needed to support large-scale production. The precious metal flowed north toward Egypt in a constant stream, carried by merchants and officials, transported along the Nile, delivered to the royal treasury. In Egypt, this gold was worked into ornaments for temples, beaten into thin sheets to cover wooden statues, shaped into beautiful and elaborate objects. It was fashioned into statues of pharaohs and gods, figures that stood in temple courtyards and declared the power and majesty of the Egyptian state. It was worked into jewelry worn by nobles and priests, objects that displayed wealth and status. It was formed into ceremonial objects used in religious rituals, items that connected the material world to the divine realm. Gold was wealth. Gold was power. Gold was the visible sign of a pharaoh's legitimacy and dominion, the material proof that he controlled vast territories and vast resources. The fact that Egyptian pharaohs could extract gold from Nubia on such a scale was evidence of their power, proof that they were strong enough to dominate distant lands and exploit their wealth for their own purposes. It justified their authority. It allowed them to commission enormous monuments and to reward their supporters with honors and positions. It funded the temples and the priesthood and the military. Beyond gold, Egypt extracted other precious materials from Nubia. Ivory, that precious material that came from elephant herds in the southern regions, and that was worked into luxury items, decorative objects, ornaments. Ebony, dark and beautiful, wood suitable for fine furniture and religious objects. Wood that was prized throughout the Mediterranean world. Incense, fragrant resins burned in temples to honor the gods, substances that connected the earthly and divine realms through their fragrance. Exotic animal skins and hides, furs and feathers from creatures that lived only in the far interior of Africa. All of these things flowed north from Nubia, enriching Egypt, making Egyptian temples and palaces more magnificent, allowing Egyptian elites to display their sophistication and their power. Egypt also extracted human resources from Nubia. Young men were conscripted into Egyptian armies, trained to fight for Egyptian pharaohs, sent to distant battlefields, where many died in foreign wars. Egypt extracted labor in the form of worker, as for large construction projects, people who could be moved north to work on temples and palaces and tombs, to participate in the enormous building programs that characterized the new kingdom. Whole teams of Nubian workers labored in the quarries of Egypt, cutting stone that would be transported down the Nile to building sites. They worked in the fields that belonged to temples, cultivating crops that fed priests and supported religious institutions. They worked on the tombs of pharaohs, on the temples that the pharaohs commissioned, on the monuments that would commemorate the power and glory of the rulers who had conquered them. Nubia became, in essence, a resource colony for Egypt, a source of wealth and labor and materials. Its wealth flowed north. Its labor was extracted and used to build Egyptian monuments. Its natural resources enriched the Egyptian treasury. The pharaohs took this wealth and used it to build temples and statues and tombs that would commemorate their power and glory, and that would stand for thousands of years as reminders of their magnificence. The wealth that Kerma had accumulated through trade, the prosperity that had made Kerma great, was now flowing in a different direction, northward, toward Egyptian ends, serving Egyptian purposes. Temples were the visible signs of Egyptian presence and power in Nubian towns and cities. As Egyptian control solidified after the initial conquests, as generations passed and Egyptian rule became normalized and accepted, temples began to appear in significant numbers throughout Nubia. These were not Nubian temples built by Nubian peoples for Nubian gods, structures that expressed Nubian religious traditions and Nubian identities. These were Egyptian temples, built in Egyptian architectural style, dedicated to Egyptian gods, staffed by Egyptian or Egyptianized priests, who performed Egyptian religious rituals according to Egyptian traditions and Egyptian priesthood practices. Amun was the chief deity worshipped in these temples, a god whose origins lay in Egypt, but whose authority and power were understood to extend over Nubia as well, a god whose dominion encompassed the entire world that Egypt controlled. Horus, the falcon-headed god associated with the pharaohs and with royal power, appeared in Nubian temples, affirming the connection between earthly rulers and the divine realm. Hathor, the goddess of fertility and love and music, was honored in shrines throughout Nubia. Other Egyptian gods appeared as well, creating a pantheon of divine beings that reflected Egyptian theological systems and Egyptian ways of understanding the sacred. These temples served multiple functions simultaneously. They were places of religious worship, where priests performed daily rituals honoring the gods, making offerings, consulting oracles, maintaining the connection between the earthly and divine realms. They were centers of Egyptian cultural influence, places where Egyptianized Nubians could learn Egyptian customs and participate in Egyptian religious life, places where the traditions of Egypt could be transmitted to local elites. They were also symbols of Egyptian authority, visible reminders that Egypt was present and in control, that Egyptian gods were honored in this land, that Egyptian ways were the proper ways, the divinely sanctioned ways of ordering society. The most important location was a place called Gebel Barkal, a massive rock formation that rose dramatically from the desert floor near the Fourth Cataract, a natural landmark visible for miles in all directions. A temple was built at Gebel Barkal during the New Kingdom, a temple dedicated to Amun, constructed in stone, decorated with hieroglyphics, designed to express the glory of the god and the power of the pharaoh who had built it. This was not simply a place of worship. It was a sacred site, a place where Egyptian kings came to be crowned, where Amun's oracle was consulted to confirm a king's selection by the gods, where the divine and earthly realms were believed to intersect in a particularly powerful way. The oracle at Gebel Barkal had tremendous power and prestige throughout the Egyptian world. A king who received confirmation from Amun's oracle at Gebel Barkal had not just military power or administrative authority, he had divine legitimacy. The gods had chosen him. He ruled with divine sanction, with the approval of the most powerful gods. No one could question his right to rule because the gods themselves had confirmed it. For Nubian rulers, being confirmed by the oracle at Gebel Barkal became essential to their legitimacy, so important that even centuries later, even when Nubian independence had reasserted itself and Egyptian control had weakened, Nubian kings would still seek confirmation from Amun's oracle. Even as centuries passed and Egyptian control weakened and Nubian independence began to reassert itself, Gebel Barkal remained sacred, remained significant, remained a place of power. It was a place of tremendous religious power, and Nubian kings who were not chosen by Amun's oracle were questioned, were doubted, did not have the same unquestionable authority that came from divine confirmation. The temples throughout Nubia became centers not just of religious life, but of cultural transmission, places where Egyptian culture was taught and learned and passed from one generation to the next. Young Nubians who wanted to participate in the Egyptian system, who wanted positions in the government or in the temples themselves, had to learn Egyptian language and Egyptian religious knowledge. The temples were schools of a sort, places where Egyptian culture was transmitted to the next generation, where young Nubians were educated in Egyptian ways and made to understand that Egyptian ways were superior, were divinely approved, were the proper ways to live. By the time a century had passed under Egyptian rule, by the time a new generation had grown up knowing only Egyptian authority and Egyptian ways, the original Nubian culture seemed distant, seemed foreign, seemed like something from a past that was fading away, a past that was being superseded by something better, something more civilized, something more connected to the gods. But empires endure only as long as the forces that sustain them remain strong, only as long as the central authority can command the resources and loyalty necessary to maintain control over distant territories and diverse peoples. Egypt's new kingdom lasted for many centuries, an extraordinarily long time by the standards of ancient empires. It did not last forever, though, could not last forever. No empire can. There were ebbs and flows in Egyptian power, periodic fluctuations in the strength and reach of pharaonic authority. There were periods of great strength and aggressive expansion when pharaohs like Thutmose III and Rameses II pushed Egyptian borders to their furthest extent, when Egyptian military and cultural influence reached its peak. There were periods of weakness when internal conflicts divided the kingdom, or when resources were stretched too thin, or when the energy required to maintain such a vast empire became overwhelming. As the centuries passed, something began to shift in the balance of power in Nubia, something subtle at first but gradually becoming more obvious. The New Kingdom lasted from around 1550 before the Common Era until around 1070 before the Common Era. That is roughly 500 years, half a millennium of Egyptian domination, a long occupation, but not permanent, not unchangeable. But in the 11th century, around 1070, the New Kingdom began to collapse, began to lose its grip on the territories it had controlled. It was not a sudden collapse, not a dramatic moment of defeat when armies were routed and the pharaoh was overthrown. It was a gradual erosion of central authority, a slow weakening of the ability of the pharaohs to maintain control over distant territories, a fading of their power as though some vital force was draining away. Civil unrest in Egypt itself, LF, struggles between the priesthood of Amun and the secular authority of the pharaohs, conflicts about resources and power, and the proper ordering of society. Economic problems as the costs of maintaining such a large empire began to outweigh the benefits, as tributary regions no longer sent the wealth they had sent in earlier times. The sheer cost of maintaining such a large empire, the expense of the military and the bureaucracy and the temples and the monuments, became harder and harder to bear. All of these factors contributed to the decline, working together to weaken Egyptian power and weaken the pharaoh's ability to project authority across the known world. As Egyptian power weakened, as it became clear that the pharaohs could not maintain control forever, the viceroys who had been appointed to govern Nubia began to assert themselves more openly. These were men who had been responsible to the pharaohs and who had served at the pharaoh's pleasure, who had governed Nubia in the pharaoh's name and for the pharaoh's benefit. But as the pharaoh's power weakened, they began to understand that they did not need to be simply appointed officials, simply representatives of a distant master. They began to act more like independent rulers, more like kings in their own right. They were not simply appointed officials anymore. They became hereditary rulers, passing authority from father to son, establishing dynasties, creating the appearance of legitimacy through family succession. They began to exercise real authority, not on behalf of the pharaoh, but for themselves and their families, not serving a distant master, but serving their own interests and the interests of their families. They built up their own power bases, recruited their own armies, established themselves as independent rulers in all but name, in form bowing to Egyptian authority, but in practice answering to no one but themselves. They still acknowledged Egyptian authority nominally, still used the phrases that acknowledged the pharaoh as their superior, still sent some tribute north when they could or when it suited them. They still used Egyptian titles and Egyptian language and participated in Egyptian religious traditions, still recognized the gods that Egypt worshipped, still employed the bureaucratic systems that Egypt had established. But in practical terms, they were becoming independent kings, were transforming themselves from appointed officials into independent rulers, were asserting their own authority over their own territories. The shift happened gradually, almost imperceptibly at first, easy to miss if you were not paying close attention, or if you were living in Egypt and did not have direct knowledge of what was happening in distant Nubia. A viceroy who did not send the full amount of tribute one year because there was a poor harvest. A viceroy who began to build temples, not just to Egyptian gods, but to local gods as well. Temples where Nubian traditions were honored alongside Egyptian ones. A viceroy who recruited soldiers for his own purposes rather than for the pharaoh's campaigns, who began to build up military forces under his own command rather than simply serving as a conduit for Egyptian military power. A viceroy who began to make decisions about local governance without seeking approval from Egypt, who began to act like a king rather than like a provincial administrator. These small assertions of independence, multiplied over decades and generations, added up to a fundamental shift in the political landscape. The Nubians, or at least the Nubian elites, who had been educated in Egyptian ways and who had absorbed Egyptian culture, were learning to rule themselves again, were regaining the ability and the confidence to make their own decisions and follow their own paths. They had not lost their Egyptian education or their appreciation for Egyptian culture. They had learned those lessons well and had internalized much of what Egypt had taught them. But they were beginning to understand that they did not need an Egyptian pharaoh to rule legitimately, that they could rule their own lands using the knowledge and the systems that Egypt had taught them, that they could be kings in their own right, answerable to no one but themselves and to their gods, capable of wielding authority and making decisions without needing approval from across the distance. This process accelerated in the 11th century as Egyptian control further weakened, as it became increasingly clear that the pharaoh could not enforce his will from a distance, as the costs of attempting to maintain control became prohibitive. By the end of the New Kingdom, around 1070 before the Common Era, the situation was clear to anyone who cared to see it. The viceroys of Kush, supported by their own armies and their own administrative systems, supported by the Nubian elites who had learned to see themselves as Nubian before Egyptian, had become essentially independent rulers. Egypt was no longer in control. The occupation had ended, not with a dramatic moment, but with a gradual fading away. The empire that had lasted 500 years was over. But what would replace it? What kind of government? What kind of kingdom would the Nubians establish for themselves now that they were free from Egyptian rule? For a time, this was unclear. Nubia did not immediately crystallize into a new kingdom under centralized rule. There was a period of transition lasting perhaps a century or more, a time when local rulers governed their own territories with varying degrees of effectiveness, when the old Egyptian administrative divisions began to blur and fade, when people began to remember what it had meant to be Nubian rather than simply Egyptian subjects, when Nubian languages began to be heard more openly, and Nubian traditions began to be practiced more freely. Gradually, over generations, over many decades of transition and adjustment and slow reform, a new political center began to emerge, a place that would become the heart of a new Nubian kingdom. It was not in the ruins of Kerma, that city that Egypt had destroyed so thoroughly centuries before, that ghost city that had been abandoned to decay and sand. It was in a new location, a place with tremendous religious and strategic significance, a place that had been an important temple site during the Egyptian occupation, but that would become something far more important, something that would serve as the capital of a revived and independent Nubian kingdom. The place was called Napata. Napata lay in Upper Nubia, south of the Fourth Cataract, in a location that was strategic, but not as exposed to Egyptian military power as the lower Nubian territories had been. Being further south gave it a degree of insulation from Egyptian interference, a buffer zone of distance between the Nubian capital and the centers of Egyptian power. Napata had been a significant religious center during the Egyptian occupation, a place where Egyptian religious authority was exercised through temples and priests. A massive temple dedicated to Amun had been built there during the New Kingdom, a shrine of considerable importance in the Egyptian religious system. During the period of Egyptian rule, Napata's main significance was religious, as a place of worship for Egyptian and Egyptianized Nubian Eli, Tes, and as the site where Amun's oracle could be consulted to answer questions and confirm the choices of rulers. But as Egyptian power weakened and Nubian independence reasserted itself, as the viceroys began to transform themselves into independent kings, Napata took on political as well as religious significance. It became the seat of Nubian power, the capital from which Nubian kings ruled their lands, the center from which a new Nubian kingdom was building itself. Napata was chosen deliberately, selected with careful consideration of geography and politics and religion. Its location was defensible, far enough south to be secure from Egyptian interference and Egyptian military pressure, but still connected to trade routes that linked Nubia to Egypt and to sub-Saharan Africa, maintaining the crucial connections that allowed for exchange and communication. Its religious significance was crucial to the decision to make it the capital. By choosing Napata, by establishing the capital there, by making it the seat of royal power, Nubian kings tied their political authority to religious legitimacy, connected their earthly rule to divine sanction. They were not simply imposing their will by force, not simply saying, "I am strong, therefore you must obey me." They were ruling as representatives of Amun, the great god who had been worshipped there for centuries, a god whose power and authority had been acknowledged by Egyptians and Nubians alike. A king who ruled from Napata could claim to be chosen by Amun, could point to the temples and the priests as evidence that the gods supported his rule. This was more powerful than military force alone because it gave a spiritual and intellectual foundation to political authority. The temples of Napata became the institutional center of Kushite power, the places where authority was exercised and legitimized. The priesthood of Amun became closely intertwined with the monarchy, became part of the ruling apparatus, became connected to the throne through shared interests and shared authority. Kings were crowned, Yed at Napata, in ceremonies that connected them to Amun and to the divine realm. Kings consulted the oracle of Amun before making major decisions, sought guidance from the god through the priesthood. Kings were buried near Napata, their tombs becoming monuments to their power and their piety, impressive structures that would last for centuries and that would commemorate their reigns and their relationships with the gods. The royal tombs themselves became pilgrimage sites, places where pilgrims came to honor the dead kings and to seek their intercession with the gods. The capital city itself began to grow, to develop urban infrastructure, to expand from a purely religious center into a true city. The population increased as people moved to the new capital, attracted by the possibility of employment and by the prestige of living in the seat of royal power. The city began to support a royal court, the household of the king, with all of its attendants and servants and officials. Government officials established their residences in Napata, making it a place where decisions were made and policies were debated. Priests maintained the temples and performed the rituals that connected the earthly and divine realms. Soldiers were recruited and trained, building up military forces that the king could command. Craftspeople and artisans set up workshops producing the goods that the court needed and that the king could trade or give as gifts to gain allies and influence. Markets began to form where merchants traded goods coming from Egypt and from sub-Saharan Africa, where local producers could sell their goods, where ideas and goods and cultural influences were exchanged. Napata became the heart of a new Nubian kingdom, a kingdom that was beginning to assert itself after centuries of Egyptian domination, beginning to develop its own identity that was both connected to Egyptian traditions and customs and distinct from them. Not entirely Egyptian, but not entirely non-Egyptian either. It was becoming what would be called the Kingdom of Kush, a Nubian kingdom that would remember its connections to Egypt, that would adopt and adapt Egyptian traditions, that would develop its own character and its own strength, that would eventually rival Egypt itself, that would eventually become a great power in the ancient world. For now, though, it was still in its early stages, still finding its way, still learning what it meant to be a kingdom after centuries of being a province, still building the institutions and the cultural frameworks that would allow it to endure and to grow strong. Napata was chosen deliberately, selected with careful consideration of geography and politics and religion. Its location was defensible, far enough south to be secure from Egyptian interference and Egyptian military pressure, but still connected to trade routes that linked Nubia to Egypt and to sub-Saharan Africa, maintaining the crucial connections that allowed for exchange and communication. Its religious significance was crucial to the decision to make it the capital. By choosing Napata, by establishing the capital there, by making it the seat of royal power, Nubian kings tied their political authority to religious legitimacy, connected their earthly rule to divine sanction. They were not simply imposing their will by force, not simply saying, "I am strong, therefore you must obey me." They were ruling as representatives of Amun, the great god who had been worshipped there for centuries, a god whose power and authority had been acknowledged by Egyptians and Nubians alike. A king who ruled from Napata could claim to be chosen by Amun, could point to the temples and the priests as evidence that the gods supported his rule. This was more powerful than military force alone, because it gave a spiritual and intellectual foundation to political authority. Gebel Barkal rose from the desert floor near the Fourth Cataract, a massive rock formation that commanded the landscape, visible for miles in every direction across the flat plains. The mountain was not merely a geographical feature. It was sacred space, a place where earth and heaven seemed to meet, where the boundary between the physical and the divine realms grew thin and permeable. The ancient peoples who lived along the Nile saw in Gebel Barkal a natural shrine, a place where gods could be encountered directly, where prayers could rise up and be heard, where divine wisdom could flow down into the minds and hearts of those who came seeking guidance. Pilgrims would travel great distances to reach this mountain, would undertake journeys through heat and hardship to stand before it, to pray in its shadow, to feel the presence of the sacred that seemed to radiate from this natural formation. The mountain loomed over the landscape, a permanent presence, unchanging across generations and centuries, a place of continuity in a world where so much changed and shifted. For Nubian peoples, for the people who lived in the shadow of Gebel Barkal and who saw it every day, it was more than just a mountain. It was the home of gods, the place where divinity touched the earth, the most sacred location in their world. During the Egyptian occupation, when New Kingdom pharaohs controlled Nubia and imposed Egyptian religious practices throughout the region, a temple was built at Gebel Barkal, constructed in stone, decorated with hieroglyphics, designed to honor Amun, the king of the Egyptian gods. This was not a small or modest structure. It was built to express power and prestige, to declare that Egyptian authority extended even to this remote place, that Egyptian gods were honored and worshipped even here, far from the centers of Egyptian power. The temple at Gebel Barkal was a statement, a claim of dominion, a way of saying that Egypt had brought its gods and its ways even to this distant mountain, even to this sacred place that had been holy to the Nubian peoples, long before Egypt had any power in the region. The structure was impressive and substantial, with courtyards and inner chambers, with walls that were carved with inscriptions in hieroglyphics, with sacred spaces designed to evoke awe and reverence in those who entered. The temple was staffed by priests, Egyptian priests initially, trained in Egyptian religious knowledge and practices, who conducted the daily rituals that maintained the connection between the earthly and divine realms, who made offerings to the gods, who interpreted the divine will and communicated it to the people who came seeking guidance and blessing. But Gebel Barkal held a significance that transcended any single nation or empire. For the Kushite kings who came to power as Egyptian control weakened, Gebel Barkal represented something far more important than just another temple, just another building. It was the heart of divine legitimacy, the place where a king's right to rule was confirmed by the god himself. Within the temple at Gebel Barkal, there was an oracle, a sacred place where the god Amun was believed to speak to mortals, where his will could be made known, where his approval could be granted or withheld. When a Kushite king was crowned, when a new ruler took power and needed to establish his legitimacy, he would come to Gebel Barkal, would stand before the oracle of Amun, would present himself before the god. The priests of Amun, men trained in sacred knowledge and ritual procedures, would conduct ceremonies designed to invoke the god's presence and receive his judgment. And if the oracle confirmed the king, if the god through the priests indicated approval and support, then the king's authority was secured. No one could question his right to rule because the god himself had chosen him, had spoken on his behalf, had granted divine sanction to his rule. This oracle was not simply a religious curiosity or a ceremonial formality. It was political power, concentrated and focused. Residing in the priests of Amun, who interpreted the god's will and pronounced judgment. A king who could not win the approval of Amun's oracle faced constant challenges to his authority, would struggle to maintain control, would find that his power was weakened by the absence of divine confirmation. But a king confirmed by Amun was almost unassailable, was strengthened by religious authority that complemented and reinforced his political and military power. The oracle itself operated through methods that are still not entirely understood by modern scholars. It may have involved the priests and other officials carrying a statue or image of the god, with the movements of the carriers guided by subtle signs and signals, producing responses that were interpreted as the god's yes or no answers to questions posed before him. Or it may have involved more direct communication, trance states or ecstatic experiences experienced by the priests who were believed to be channels through which the god's voice could be heard. The exact mechanism matters less than the reality of how it functioned in Kushite society. The oracle was believed to be the voice of the god, and that belief gave it tremendous power. When the oracle spoke, people listened. When the oracle confirmed a king, that confirmation mattered enormously, altered the political landscape, changed the possibilities available to rulers and potential rulers. The temple at Gebel Barkal became the ritual and religious center of Kushite kingship, the place where legitimacy was granted and confirmed, the place where new rulers came to receive the god's blessing. Kings were crowned there, in ceremonies that connected them to Amun and to the divine realm. Kings consulted the oracle before making major decisions, sought guidance from the god through the priesthood, wanted to know whether their plans had divine approval before committing vast resources and risking their authority. Kings were buried near Gebel Barkal, their tombs becoming monuments to their power and their piety, impressive structures that would last for centuries and that would commemorate their reigns and their relationships with the gods. Some kings built temples of their own at Geb El Barkal, adding new structures to the sacred site, leaving their own mark on the holy place, creating monuments that declared their piety and their connection to Amun. In all of these ways, Gebel Barkal became the spiritual center of the Kushite kingdom, the place where political power and religious authority merged and reinforced each other, where a king's earthly rule was connected to and validated by divine power. The priesthood that controlled the temple and managed the oracle became one of the most powerful institutions in Kushite society. These were learned men, educated in Egyptian religious knowledge accumulated over centuries of occupation, trained in rituals and procedures, expert in reading signs and omens and in interpreting divine will. They held knowledge that common people did not possess, knowledge that seemed to give them access to the divine realm and to the mind of God. They accumulated wealth through offerings brought by pilgrims who came to the temple, seeking blessings and guidance. They accumulated power through their ability to confirm or deny the legitimacy of kings, their ability to support or undermine a ruler's authority through their pronouncements and their control of the oracle. The priesthood of Amun became so powerful in Kushite society that they could compete with kings themselves, could sometimes exercise more influence over policy and decision-making than the king. Priests were landowners, controlling significant agricultural lands that generated income and wealth. Priests were administrators, running the temple complex and overseeing the rituals that connected the earthly and divine realms. Priests were counselors to kings, advisors whose wisdom was sought and whose opinions carried weight. The relationship between the Kushite monarchy and the priesthood of Amun would be one of the defining features of Kushite political life for centuries, a complex and often delicate balance of power and influence that would shape the kingdom's development and its eventual expansion. Now, as the Kushite kingdom began to develop its own identity, after centuries of Egyptian rule, religious practice had to navigate a complex landscape, a world where Egyptian and Nubian traditions coexisted, where gods that had been imposed from outside had taken root and become accepted, where new generations of Nubians understood the divine realm through categories and concepts that had come from Egypt. The simple fact was that after 500 years of Egyptian occupation, after generations of Nubians had been educated in Egyptian language and Egyptian ways, after temples throughout the region had been dedicated to Egyptian gods, and Egyptian priests had taught Egyptian religious ideas, Nubian religious practice had been thoroughly transformed. The old gods of Nubia, the deities that had been worshipped before Egypt came, those gods had not disappeared completely, but they had been marginalized, had been pushed into the background, had become less prominent and less important in the official religious life of the kingdom. In their place stood the gods of Egypt, gods like Amun and Horus and Hathor, gods that the Egyptian priests had taught Nubians to honor and to fear and to worship. Yet something complex and interesting happened in Kushite religious life. The Kushite elites, who had been educated in Egyptian ways and who understood the Egyptian religious system, who participated in the worship of Egyptian gods and who supported the priesthood of Amun, these educated elites also began to recover and reclaim elements of Nubian religious tradition. They began to honor local gods alongside Egyptian gods, to incorporate Nubian deities into their religious practice, to create a religious world that was neither purely Egyptian nor purely Nubian, but something new, something that drew on both traditions. This religious syncretism, this blending of Egyptian and Nubian religious elements, became one of the defining characteristics of Kushite religion. Local gods were identified with Egyptian gods, were given Egyptian names, were incorporated into the Egyptian religious system in ways that allowed them to be honored and worshipped while still maintaining the overall structure of Egyptian theology. A local Nubian god of fertility might be identified with Hathor, the Egyptian goddess of fertility and love, allowing the local god to be worshipped in the context of Egyptian religious practice. A Nubian god of war might be identified with Horus, the Egyptian falcon-headed god associated with royal power, allowing that warrior deity to be honored while maintaining connection to the Egyptian religious system. This was not simply a surface-level accommodation or a cynical adoption of names. It was a genuine blending, a creation of a religious world that was authentically both Egyptian and Nubian, that honoring these gods meant honoring both traditions simultaneously, that participating in this religious practice was a way of asserting a Kushite identity that was neither purely Egyptian nor purely Nubian. The priesthood of Amun remained central, remained powerful, remained the focus of official religious life and the source of royal legitimacy. But alongside the priesthood of Amun, other priests served other gods, maintained other temples, conducted other rituals. The Kushite kingdom developed a religious landscape that was rich and complex, that allowed for multiple forms of worship and multiple ways of understanding the divine realm. Women in Kushite society played a particularly important role in this religious world. Unlike in some ancient societies, Kushite women were not restricted from religious authority and prominence. Women served as priestesses, conducted rituals, managed temples. Royal women, particularly the mothers and daughters of kings, held significant religious positions and wielded considerable religious authority. The position of the divine adoratress of Amun, a religious role of tremendous importance and power in Kushite society, was held by women, by the daughters and sisters of kings, by royal women who represented the connection between the king and the god, and who exercised considerable independent authority within the religious hierarchy. This gave Kushite women a form of power and influence that was unusual in the ancient world, that distinguished Kushite society from many of its neighbors, that allowed women to participate in the highest levels of religious and political life. Gold flowed through Nubia like water through the Nile, precious metal that lay in deposits in the eastern desert, that could be extracted through organized mining operations, that could be traded and fashioned into objects of extraordinary beauty and value. The Kushites inherited knowledge of these gold deposits from centuries of Egyptian mining operations, inherited the infrastructure and the techniques that the Egyptians had developed to extract this precious material at scale. These mining operations were not simple or casual undertakings. They required significant organization and labor, required teams of workers to dig into the earth and extract the ore, required processing facilities where the raw material could be refined and purified, required transportation networks to move the precious metal from the mines to storage facilities and eventually to markets where it could be traded or fashioned into finished goods. As Egyptian control weakened and Kushite independence strengthened, the Kushite kings took direct control of these gold mines, began extracting gold on their own behalf rather than sending it north to Egyptian treasuries. Gold became one of the foundations of Kushite wealth and power. The precious metal that could be worked into objects of beauty, that could be given as gifts and favors to win allies and reward supporters, that could be accumulated in state treasuries and displayed as evidence of royal power and magnificence. A king who could display wealth in the form of gold, who could commission gold statues and gold vessels and gold decorations for his temples and palaces, that king demonstrated his power and his connection to divine blessing, showed that the gods favored him and that prosperity flowed from his rule. Ivory was another precious material that the Kushite kingdom could access, coming from the southern regions where elephant herds roamed, a material that was worked into luxury objects and fine decorative items, that was prized throughout the Mediterranean world and beyond, that could be traded for other goods and resources. The southern reaches of Nubia, the land south of the Fourth Cataract and beyond, were home to large populations of elephants, magnificent creatures that provided not just ivory, but also other valuable materials. Obtaining ivory required hunting expeditions into regions that were sometimes dangerous and difficult to access, required skill and courage, and organization to successfully kill these enormous animals and extract the tusks that contained the precious material. The ivory could be carved into furniture inlays, into decorative plaques, into religious objects that expressed piety and demonstrated the wealth of those who commissioned them. The beauty of worked ivory, the smooth surface that took on a warm patina with age, the way it seemed to glow with an inner light. These qualities made ivory one of the most prized materials in the ancient world, a substance that commanded high prices in distant markets and that connected the Kingdom of Kush to the broader world of Mediterranean trade and commerce. Ebony, dark and beautiful wood suitable for fine furniture and religious objects, wood that was valued by elites throughout the known world, flowed from the interior of Africa through Nubian territory, could be collected and traded, could be worked into objects that declared the taste and refinement of those who possessed them. The interior regions of Africa produced ebony trees, trees that were prized for their dense, dark wood that was difficult to work, but that produced objects of extraordinary beauty and durability when properly carved and finished. Nubian merchants and traders understood the value of ebony, understood that there was a market for this material among wealthy and refined consumers in Egypt and beyond, understood that controlling the trade in ebony could bring wealth and power to those who managed it. Incense, fragrant resins and gums that were burned in religious ceremonies, that filled temples with aromatic smoke and created an atmosphere of holiness and sacredness. These came from the southern reaches of Nubia and the lands beyond, could be collected and traded and used in religious rituals that honored the gods and maintained the connection between the earthly and divine realms. Different types of incense came from different regions. Myrrh that came from the eastern lands, frankincense that had a particular sacred quality that made it especially valued in religious contexts, other resins and gums that carried aromatic qualities and that were believed to have purifying and sanctifying properties. The scent of incense burning in a temple, the way it seemed to carry prayers up to heaven and to create an atmosphere that separated the sacred space from the ordinary world. These qualities made incense essential to religious life and meant that there was always a market for high-quality incense among those who wanted to honor the gods with the best materials they could obtain. These materials, gold and ivory and ebony and incense, all of them flowed through Nubia. All of them enriched Kushite rulers. All of them contributed to the wealth and prestige of the kingdom. More than just wealth in the abstract sense, these materials represented connection to the broader world, represented access to goods that were valued far beyond Nubia's borders, represented the ability to participate in trade networks that linked Africa to the Mediterranean world and beyond. Kushite traders and merchants who could supply these materials to distant markets found themselves in positions of power and influence, found that they could command high prices for goods that were difficult to obtain and that were valued by wealthy and powerful consumers. Kushite kings who controlled access to these materials could use them as tools of diplomacy, could gift gold to important allies, could give ivory to foreign rulers as gestures of goodwill and as ways of establishing relationships of respect and reciprocal obligation. The ability to supply these materials meant that Kush was not simply a regional power, but a player in larger systems of trade and exchange that connected the ancient world. The Kushite kingdom, positioned along the Nile River, sat at the intersection of multiple trade networks. Trade flowed north toward Egypt, bringing Kushite goods to Egyptian markets and Egyptian consumers. Trade flowed south into the interior of Africa, bringing goods from the far reaches of the continent, materials from beyond the Fourth Cataract and beyond, resources that could be collected and traded to northern markets. Trade flowed east and west across the desert, through oases and along caravan routes, bringing goods from the Red Sea and from the lands beyond the Red Sea into Nubian markets and Kushite control. Control of these trade routes meant wealth, meant access to goods from distant lands, meant prestige and power that came from possessing rare and exotic materials. The Great M, markets of Napata and other Kushite cities buzzed with activity, with merchants coming and going, with goods being bought and sold, with people from many different regions gathering to exchange goods and ideas and information. Nubian merchants became wealthy and influential by controlling trade, by arranging the movement of goods along established routes, by taking a portion of every transaction as payment for their services. Kings gained wealth and authority by controlling the major trade routes, by imposing taxes on merchants and goods, by regulating commerce and determining what could be bought and sold and where. This economic activity generated the wealth that sustained Kushite cities, that allowed for the support of priests and artisans and soldiers, that funded the construction of temples and monuments, that allowed the kingdom to function and expand. Warriors and military traditions formed the backbone of Kushite power, the force that allowed the kingdom to defend itself against external threats and to expand its territory through conquest. The Kushite military was organized and trained, learning from Egyptian military practices that had been demonstrated and explained throughout the period of Egyptian occupation. During the New Kingdom period, when Egypt controlled Nubia, the Kushites had seen Egyptian military organization firsthand, had observed how Egyptian armies were structured and commanded, had learned the principles that made Egyptian military power so effective. As Egyptian control weakened and Kushite independence developed, Kushite leaders took the knowledge they had acquired and adapted it to their own circumstances, creating military forces that were organized and trained according to principles learned from Egypt. But that served Kushite purposes and Kushite kings rather than Egyptian pharaohs. Kushite soldiers fought with bows and arrows, with spears and other weapons, organized into units under the command of officers who reported to the king. The bow was especially valued in Kushite warfare, and Kushite archers developed a reputation for skill and effectiveness, for the ability to shoot with accuracy from distance and to maintain concentrated fire that could devastate enemy formations. They fought on foot and sometimes on horseback, depending on the terrain and the nature of the battle. The horse, brought to Nubia through Egyptian and broader Mediterranean contacts, became increasingly important in Kushi to warfare as the kingdom developed, providing mobility and striking power that changed the nature of warfare. They defended Nubian territory against raiders and bandits and against more organized military threats from neighboring regions. The control of territory and the maintenance of order within Kushite lands required constant vigilance and the willingness to use military force against those who would challenge Kushite authority or who would disrupt the peace. They conducted raids themselves, moving into neighboring regions to acquire resources and demonstrate power, to make clear that the Kingdom of Kush was a force to be reckoned with, that Kushite power extended beyond their formal borders, and that neighboring peoples needed to respect Kushite strength. They served in armies commanded by Kushite kings, armies that could field thousands of soldiers and conduct complex military operations across large territories. A king who could field a significant army, who could mobilize thousands of soldiers and move them across terrain, who could coordinate different military units and execute complex strategies. That king was powerful and formidable, was capable of defending his kingdom and expanding it through conquest. The Kushite military tradition emphasized courage and loyalty, emphasized the bond between soldiers and their commanders, emphasized the importance of fighting in service to the king and to the kingdom. Stories would be told of brave warriors who fought with extraordinary courage, who died defending their king or their comrades, who became heroes through their military deeds. These stories, retold and celebrated, created a culture of military virtue, created ideals that young men could aspire to and that motivated soldiers to fight bravely and remain loyal even in difficult circumstances. Young men of military age were expected to be ready to serve, to be willing to fight when called upon, to be prepared to defend the kingdom's interests. This was not simply an expectation imposed from above, but a cultural value, a shared understanding about what it meant to be a man in Kushite society, about what obligations a man had to his king and to his community. For ambitious young men, military service offered the possibility of advancement, the chance to gain honor and recognition, the opportunity to rise in status and acquire wealth and property through success in battle and service to the king. A soldier who distinguished himself through bravery or skill could be rewarded with lands, with positions in the government, with wealth and status that would elevate him above his original station. This meant that military service was attractive to ambitious young men, that there was incentive to develop military skills and to prove oneself in battle. The Kushite kings valued military strength and used their armies to maintain internal order, to defend against external threats, and to expand their power and influence over neighboring territories. A king without a strong military was vulnerable, was unable to enforce his will or defend his kingdom, was subject to challenges from rivals and enemies. But a king with a strong, loyal, well-trained military force could maintain order, could conduct military operations far from his capital, could expand his power and increase his wealth through conquest and the acquisition of resources from neighboring lands. The architectural character of Kushite cities was shaped by centuries of Egyptian influence, yet it began to develop its own distinctive style as Kushite identity asserted itself. Kushite builders constructed temples and palaces using stone and mud brick, using Egyptian architectural forms, but beginning to adapt them to local conditions and local preferences. Temples dedicated to Amun were built in Egyptian style, following Egyptian architectural conventions, decorated with hieroglyphic inscriptions and religious imagery that honored the gods. These temples served as centers of religious practice and as declarations of royal piety, as statements that the king honored the gods and maintained the proper relationship between the earthly and divine realms. Palaces where kings lived and ruled were constructed to display royal magnificence, to shelter the royal household, to provide space for administrative functions and for the conduct of royal business. A royal palace had to be impressive enough to convey the power and status of the king, had to be comfortable enough to provide for the needs of the royal family and their attendants, had to be secure enough to protect the king from assassination and attack. Palaces typically included courtyards where ceremonies and gatherings could take place, interior chambers where the king conducted private business and met with advisors, storage facilities where treasures and goods could be kept safe, quarters for the royal family and their servants. But alongside these Egyptian-style structures, Kushite builders also constructed buildings that reflected Nubian traditions and Nubian architectural forms. The defufa, that massive mud brick building form that had been characteristic of Kerma in earlier centuries, persisted in modified forms in Kushite architecture, structures that served various functions and that represented continuity with the Nubian past. Whether these defufas served as fortifications or as temples or as administrative buildings, they represented a form that was distinctly Nubian, a way of building that expressed Nubian identity and that reminded people of the kingdom's pre-Egyptian past. These structures, sometimes several stories tall, with thick walls of mud brick and interior spaces that could be used for various purposes, demonstrated that Kushite architecture was not simply Egyptian, but was adapting Egyptian influences to Nubian forms and Nubian purposes. Kushite craftspeople developed skills in metalworking and pottery, creating objects of beauty and utility, decorating them with designs and patterns that reflected both Egyptian and Nubian artistic traditions. The work of craftspeople in Kushite cities represented an important part of the economy and the culture, represented the skill and creativity of workers who transformed raw materials into finished goods. Nubian pottery became prized for its quality and its distinctive styles, with geometric patterns and decorative motifs that distinguished Kushite pottery from that produced in Egypt and in other regions. Potters working in Kushite cities developed distinctive techniques and styles, created vessels that were both functional and beautiful, vessels that could be traded to distant markets, and that carried Kushite artistic tradition to people in other lands. Metalworkers created fine objects in bronze and gold and copper, tools and weapons and decorative items, items that served practical purposes and items that demonstrated the wealth and refinement of their owners. A bronze mirror with an ornate handle, a copper vessel decorated with careful incising and inlay work, a gold ornament created for a temple or a noble's household. These objects demonstrated the skill of Kushite metalworkers and the resources available to Kushite elites who could commission such work. The cities themselves began to grow and develop urban character, with streets and neighborhoods and public spaces, with markets and temples and administrative buildings, with populations that included craftspeople and merchants and priests and soldiers and farmers, and laborers of many kinds. The organization of urban space reflected the organization of Kushite society, with sacred spaces like temples positioned prominently, with palaces built where they could be seen and where authority could be exercised, with markets located in accessible areas where commerce could flourish. These were not large cities by the standards of later periods, not densely packed urban centers with hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, but they were genuine cities, places where people lived and worked and conducted the business of the kingdom, places that served as centers of power and prestige. Napata, the capital, grew to be a substantial city, large enough to house the royal court and the priesthood, and the various officials and craftspeople who served the kingdom. The city was built around the temple complex at Gebel Barkal, with other buildings arranged in relation to these central sacred structures, with the sacred mountain as the spiritual center, and with the city spreading outward from this holy place. Houses for the royal family and the nobility were constructed with care and decorated with attention to beauty and status, with multiple rooms arranged around courtyards, with walls painted with religious imagery or with scenes of daily life, with furnishings and decorations that displayed the wealth and taste of their owners. Administrative buildings served the functions of government, providing space for officials to work, and for records to be kept, and for the business of governing to be conducted. Buildings where taxes were collected and stored, where the affairs of the kingdom were managed, where decisions affecting the kingdom's future were made. Market areas developed where merchants gathered to buy and sell goods, where people of different regions and different circumstances could come together in the shared activity of exchange and commerce, where the sounds and smells and sights of the marketplace created an atmosphere of activity and life. These cities, these growing urban centers, represented the physical infrastructure of Kushite power, the places where authority was exercised, where culture was created and transmitted, where the kingdom's wealth was gathered and distributed, where people participated in the life of the kingdom and in its ongoing development. They were the visible expression of Kushite civilization, the places where the kingdom's values and priorities could be seen in stone and mud brick, in the organization of space and the arrangement of buildings. As these urban centers flourished and the Kushite kingdom consolidated its identity and its power, something fundamental was happening in the lands to the north. Egypt, the great power that had dominated the region for 5 centuries, was slowly losing its grip. The New Kingdom, that long period of Egyptian imperial dominance that had brought soldiers and priests and bureaucrats south into Nubia, that had imposed Egyptian gods and Egyptian language and Egyptian ways on the Nubian people, that empire was beginning to falter and weaken. By around 1070 BCE, the New Kingdom itself was fragmenting, losing cohesion, falling apart into competing factions and weakening regional authority. What had seemed permanent and unchanging, what had seemed like the natural order of the world, was giving way to something new. The decline of Egypt was not a sudden collapse, not a single catastrophic moment when everything fell apart. It was a slow erosion, a gradual wearing away of the institutions and the wealth and the military capacity that had sustained Egyptian power for centuries. The New Kingdom had lasted over 400 years, an extraordinary span of time during which Egypt had been the dominant power in the eastern Mediterranean and the Nile Valley. But that dominion had depended on constant investment, on maintaining armies and fortifications, on paying priests and administrators, on funding building projects and religious ceremonies that demonstrated the pharaoh's power and the kingdom's wealth. As the centuries wore on, as the New Kingdom moved further away from its era of greatest power and grace, test wealth, the resources available to the pharaohs, began to diminish. The military campaigns that had once brought wealth into Egypt were becoming less profitable, less successful. The trade routes that had once brought luxury goods and precious metals were becoming less reliable. The wealth that had accumulated in the temple treasuries, began to be spent down rather than replenished. And as the wealth declined, the power to enforce authority declined with it. The pharaohs no longer had the resources to maintain tight control over distant territories. The armies that had once marched into Nubia with confidence and overwhelming force were needed elsewhere or could not be fielded at all. The administrators and priests who had once looked to the pharaoh as the supreme authority began to accumulate power for themselves, began to control their own territories and their own resources. As the pharaoh's ability to direct them weakened, the wealth that had flowed from Nubia to Egypt, the gold and ivory and other precious materials, was no longer flowing in the same quantities or with the same certainty. The colonial apparatus that had held Nubia firmly under Egyptian control was corroding, rusting away like metal left too long in the elements, losing its capacity to enforce obedience and extract tribute. It happened gradually, over generations, almost imperceptibly at first, but the direction of change was clear. Egypt was weakening. Nubia was becoming less tightly bound to Egyptian control. Nubian elites who served Egypt were accumulating more power, more resources, more independence. In this period of Egyptian decline, which scholars call the Third Intermediate Period, Nubian elites began to see possibilities where before there had only been constraints. For generations, even centuries, Kushite leaders had served as viceroys and deputies, men appointed by distant pharaohs to administer Egyptian possessions in their name. They had worn Egyptian titles and conducted Egyptian ceremonies and reported to Egyptian masters who held their ultimate authority. They had been subordinate, dependent, subject to the will of the pharaoh and to the authority of Egyptian administrators stationed in Nubia. But what if that authority could be challenged? What if those Egyptian masters, increasingly distant and increasingly weak, could no longer enforce their will? What if a viceroy, supported by loyal armies and religious authority and the wealth of Kushite resources, could simply declare independence? What if, instead of serving a distant pharaoh, a Kushite leader could become a king, ruling in his own name, accountable to no one but himself and the gods? The temptation was immense. For men who had been trained in leadership, who had accumulated power and wealth and prestige, who had built loyal followings and commanded armies and controlled resources, the idea of independence must have seemed almost irresistible. What had stopped them from claiming power for themselves for so long was simply the reality of Egyptian strength, Egyptian military capacity, Egyptian wealth. But now that strength was waning, now that capacity was being diverted elsewhere, now that wealth was no longer sufficient to maintain tight control. The viceroys of Kush began to recognize that the constraints that had bound them for centuries were loosening, that the possibilities available to them were expanding, that independence might actually be achievable. The opportunity was real, and gradually, over decades and even centuries, as the Third Intermediate Period wore on, Kushite viceroys began to assert themselves, began to act less like servants of Egypt and more like independent rulers. They still maintained the forms and ceremonies of Egyptian administration. They still used Egyptian titles and Egyptian religious language. They still claimed, at least nominally, that they were serving the pharaoh, that they were representing Egyptian interests. But the substance of power was shifting, flowing from north to south, from Egypt to Nubia, from the distant pharaoh to the local viceroy. By the 11th century BCE, more than 1,000 years after Thutmose had destroyed Kerma, the situation had been inverted. The viceroys of Kush had become the real centers of power. They commanded armies that served them, not distant pharaohs. They collected taxes that enriched their own treasuries, not Egyptian coffers. They made decisions about governance without waiting for approval from the north. The Nubian soldiers and administrators who served them owed their loyalty to them personally, not to some distant Egyptian authority. Kushite viceroys had become Kushite kings in all but name. The transition from dependent territory to independent kingdom did not happen all at once, did not arrive with a dramatic proclamation or a sudden rupture. It happened gradually, like the slow shifting of sands in a desert landscape, almost imperceptible at first, but eventually creating an entirely new topography. There was no great battle, no decisive military confrontation where Kushite forces defeated Egyptian armies and won their freedom through conquest. Instead, there was a slow, quiet erosion of Egyptian authority, a gradual assertion of Kushite independence, a patient accumulation of power and prestige by Kushite elites who watched and waited and took advantage of opportunities as they arose. Kushite viceroys simply ceased to send regular embassies north to the pharaoh. They stopped acknowledging Egyptian supremacy in their inscriptions and official documents. They began to commission monuments and temples and palaces in their own names, declaring themselves kings of Kush, rather than servants of Egypt. They appointed their own priests and their own administrators, built their own bureaucracies, established their own chains of command that answered to them rather than to Egyptian authorities. They made their own laws and their own policies, governed their territories according to their own judgments rather than according to directives from Egypt. They controlled the resources of Nubia, the gold and ivory and other precious materials, and they used these resources to enrich themselves and their families and their kingdoms, rather than sending them north to replenish Egyptian treasuries. And Egypt, too weak and too fractured to object effectively, too consumed with its own internal struggles to mount the military campaigns that would be necessary to reassert control, simply had to accept this reality. A few scattered Egyptian officials remained in Nubia, but they had no real power, no real authority, no way to enforce Egyptian will against the increasingly independent Kushite rulers who controlled the actual resources and the actual military forces in the region. By the time the Third Intermediate Period ended, around 750 BCE, Kush was no longer a territory ruled by Egypt. It was an independent kingdom, governed by its own kings, maintaining its own political structure, pursuing its own interests. The 500 years of Egyptian domination had ended. A new era had begun. The Kushite kingdom that emerged from Egyptian withdrawal was not simply a return to what Kerma had been, not simply a restoration of an earlier Nubian state. It was something new, a synthesis of Nubian and Egyptian elements, a kingdom that had been shaped by centuries of Egyptian influence, but that maintained its own distinctly Kushite character and its own sense of identity. Napata, that city built in the shadow of Gebel Barkal, that sacred mountain where Amun's oracle confirmed the legitimacy of kings, became the capital of this new independent kingdom. And from Napata came a succession of kings who would build the Kushite state into a formidable power, a kingdom that would eventually rival Egypt itself, that would eventually conquer Egypt itself. The earliest of these independent Kushite kings, the founders of the dynasty that would establish the Kushite state as a major regional power, ruled from Napata and drew their authority from the god Amun and from the resources and the loyalty of Kushite peoples. These were men who understood Egyptian ways because they had been educated in them, because they had served under Egyptian rule and observed Egyptian administration and learned Egyptian religious practices. But they were also Nubian, connected to Nubian peoples and Nubian traditions, representing a synthesis of Egyptian and Nubian elements that was distinctly Kushite. One of the earliest and most important of these early Kushite kings was Kashta, a ruler who came to power sometime in the 8th century BCE, probably around 770 or so. Kashta was not simply a regional ruler controlling the lands around Napata, managing the affairs of the Kushite kingdom and maintaining the status quo. He was an ambitious man, a visionary, a king who looked northward toward Egypt and saw opportunity where others might have seen only danger and impossibility. He understood that the decline of Egyptian power was creating space for Kushite expansion, that the fragmenting political situation in Egypt meant that a sufficiently powerful Nubian ruler could reach beyond his traditional territories and impose his authority on distant Egyptian lands. Under his rule, Kush began to expand beyond its traditional borders, beyond the lands that had been Kushite possessions for centuries. He extended Kushite power northward, into the lands of Upper Egypt that had been Egyptian possessions, establishing Kushite authority in regions that had been controlled from Egypt for hundreds of years. He made himself recognized as a legitimate ruler, even in Egypt itself, even in regions that had been under Egyptian control since the time of Thutmose. But Kashta did not achieve this expansion through military conquest alone, not simply by fielding armies and defeating rival forces through superior force. He was far more subtle than that, far more intelligent in his approach. He understood that legitimacy mattered enormously, that rulers needed more than soldiers and weapons to secure lasting authority. A man who ruled only through force would find his authority constantly challenged, constantly threatened by rivals who would seek to overthrow him as soon as they had the opportunity and the strength. But a man who could claim religious legitimacy, who could claim to be chosen by the gods, who could claim to be serving divine will, such a man's authority would be far more stable, far more secure, far harder to challenge. He understood that religion was a tool of power, that the priesthood and the temples and the oracles of the gods could be used to justify expansion and to give divine sanction to territorial claims, that religious authority could complement and reinforce political and military power. Kashta sent his daughter, a princess of Kush, to Egypt to become the divine adoratress of Amun. This was not a ceremonial position, but a role of genuine power. The divine adoratress was one of the most powerful religious figures in Egyptian religion, second only to the high priests themselves. She was believed to be married to the god Amun and controlled immense wealth through temple lands and tributes. She exercised significant political influence, particularly in Upper Egypt where her authority was centered at Thebes. By placing his daughter in this position, Kashta was not simply sending a hostage to Egypt, not simply offering a political pawn as a gesture of respect to Egyptian authority. He was positioning a representative of Kushite royal power at the very heart of Egyptian religious authority, at the intersection of religious and political power. His daughter, serving as divine adoratress, could help legitimize Kushite claims to authority in Egypt, could represent Kushite interests within the highest levels of Egyptian religion and politics. She could use her position to support Kushite expansion, to advocate for Kushite interests, to promote the recognition of Kushite authority even within Egypt itself. She represented the beginning of a gradual, patient process by which Kushite power would come to be recognized and accepted even within Egypt itself, by which Kushite kings would come to be seen as legitimate rulers, not just in their own homeland, but in the lands of the pharaohs. Kashta's achievements were significant, but they were only the beginning of what would become a much larger process, a much bolder vision. His successor, probably his son, was a king named Piye, and under Piye's rule, Kushite ambition would reach its fullest expression, would be carried forward to its ultimate conclusion. Piye would not simply expand Kushite power in Egypt, would not content himself with extending Kushite authority into Upper Egypt. He would conquer Egypt entirely, would bring the whole of the Nile Valley under Kushite control, from the far south at the cataracts, all the way to the Mediterranean Sea in the north. He would establish a Kushite dynasty that would rule Egypt as pharaoh, that would govern the ancient land that had so long dominated Nubia and that had imposed its will on Kushite peoples for 5 centuries. He would unite the two lands under Kushite rule, would make himself the master not just of Kush, but of Egypt, one of the greatest and most ancient civilizations in all the world. The conquest of Egypt under Piye was not inevitable. It was not preordained or foreseeable by those who lived before it happened. It was the product of specific circumstances, of particular opportunities that arose at a unique moment in history, and it was also the product of the ambition and the military skill and the political intelligence of one remarkable man. Pa ascended to the throne of Kush probably sometime around 747 BCE. Though scholars debate the exact dates, perhaps slightly earlier or slightly later than that. By this time, Egypt had descended further into chaos and fragmentation than ever before. The central authority that had once held the entire land together was completely gone, replaced by a decentralized patchwork of competing interests and competing powers. Instead of a single pharaoh ruling the entire land, Egypt was divided into many small kingdoms and principalities, each ruled by its own local dynasty, each pursuing its own interests, each competing with all the others for power and resources and prestige. In the Delta, in Lower Egypt, there was a Libyan dynasty centered at the city of Sais, founded by people from Libya who had migrated into Egypt and established their own rule. In Middle Egypt were other competing rulers, other small kingdoms and principalities that controlled their own territories and their own resources. In Upper Egypt, at Thebes, the great priests of Amun exercised enormous power and influence, controlling vast temple lands and commanding armies of their own, wielding religious authority that was as significant as any political power. These Egyptian rulers squabbled with each other constantly, fought small wars and border conflicts, competed for territory and resources and prestige in an endless cycle of conflict and reconciliation and renewed conflict. Egypt was powerful still, immensely so in many ways, still the ancient land with the legacy of centuries of civilization and culture and learning. Its cities were magnificent, its temples were grand, its resources were still substantial, but it was divided, fatally weakened by internal conflict, unable to present a unified front against external threats, unable to coordinate its efforts or concentrate its strength. A sufficiently powerful external force, a ruler commanding a large and united army, could potentially overcome the fragmented Egyptian powers one by one, could potentially conquer the entire land despite the fact that Egypt possessed enormous resources and was in many ways still a powerful civilization. Such a force, such a ruler, was about to arrive from the south. Pa, watching this chaos from Napata, recognized both the danger and the opportunity with the clarity of a strategic mind. If he did nothing, if he allowed one of these fractious Egyptian rulers to consolidate power and reunify Egypt, that reunified Egypt might eventually turn its attention southward and attempt to reconquer Nubia, to re-establish Egyptian domination over Kush and its territories, to reassert the old colonial relationship that had existed for 500 years. But if Pa could act first, if he could seize the initiative and conquer Egypt before any single Egyptian dynasty could consolidate power and restore Egyptian unity, he could prevent that threat from ever arising. More than that, he could acquire the wealth and the resources and the prestige of ruling Egypt, one of the greatest civilizations in all the world. He could position himself as the legitimate pharaoh, the ruler chosen by the gods to govern the two lands, fulfilling the role that had been imagined for Kushite kings. He could fulfill the ambitions of his father Kashta in a way that exceeded even what Kashta might have imagined in his greatest moments of ambition and hope. And so Pa began to prepare his armies for the great invasion. He gathered his forces, soldiers and horses and chariots, the military resources that Kush had developed over generations. He coordinated with his allies, including his sister, who held religious authority in Upper Egypt. Sometime around 747 BCE, he launched his great invasion of Egypt, a military campaign that would change the course of history and establish Kush as a major imperial power. The campaign itself unfolded over several years, probably from around 747 to 716 BCE when Piye came to power. Though the exact dates are somewhat uncertain, and scholars debate the precise chronology of events. Piye did not invade with a single massive army, did not attempt to overwhelm all opposition in one great battle. Instead, he conducted a series of campaigns, strategic operations designed to gradually extend Kushite control northward from Upper Egypt into Lower Egypt, conquering city after city, defeating rival Egyptian rulers one by one, forcing them to submit to his authority. His army swept northward, overwhelming opposition, bringing region after region under Kushite control, meeting with varying amounts of resistance, depending on how committed different Egyptian rulers were to maintaining their independence. The Egyptian rulers, who opposed him militarily, were defeated in battle, their cities taken by Kushite forces, their armies destroyed or incorporated into Piye's growing armies. Those who submitted without resistance, who recognized the futility of opposing Kushite power, or who decided that accommodation was preferable to conflict, were sometimes allowed to retain their positions as sub-kings or governors under Kushite overlordship. They kept their titles and some of their authority, but they answered to Piye. They acknowledged his supremacy. They contributed their resources to his empire. Those who resisted were dealt with more harshly, their power broken and dismantled, their authority ended, their territories brought directly under Kushite administrative control. As Piye's armies advance, northward, as more and more Egyptian rulers submitted or were defeated, Kushite power seemed increasingly unstoppable, increasingly inevitable. What had seemed like a mad ambition, the idea that a Nubian king could conquer Egypt, was becoming reality. The military campaign was complemented by religious authority. Piye made sure to visit the great temples, to make proper offerings to the gods, to demonstrate his piety and his respect for Egyptian religion. He wanted to be recognized as a legitimate ruler, as a man chosen by the gods. He went to Thebes, to the temple complex of Amun, the most sacred religious site in Egypt. He made offerings and participated in religious ceremonies with the high priests. These priests, recognizing Piye as a pious and worthy ruler, recognized him as the legitimate pharaoh, as the chosen of the gods. This religious approval was crucial. It meant that Piye was not simply a foreign conqueror imposing his rule by force. He was a legitimate ruler, sanctioned by the gods, accepted by the priesthood. Egyptians became more willing to accept Kushite rule when it came with the blessing of the priesthood and with the apparent approval of the gods. By the time the conquest was complete, Piye was not just the king of Kush. He was the pharaoh of Egypt, the ruler of both lands, the unifier of the Nile Valley under Kushite authority. His conquest had taken several years, had required military campaigns and political negotiations and religious ceremonies, but in the end it was complete and decisive. Egypt, divided and weakened, had been conquered by a Nubian king and brought under Kushite rule. What had seemed impossible was now a reality. The establishment of Kushite rule over Egypt marked the beginning of what would later be called the 25th dynasty by historians and Egyptologists. This was not a period of Kushite domination imposed on an unwilling Egyptian population, was not a period of foreign occupation and oppression. Rather, it was a period of genuine reunification, a bringing together of the two lands under a single powerful authority, an end to the fragmentation and internal conflict that had characterized Egypt for so long. Piye and his successors genuinely believed that they were pharaohs, legitimate rulers of Egypt, chosen by the gods to govern the two lands. They did not see themselves as Nubian foreigners ruling Egypt. They saw themselves as the true heirs to the Egyptian throne, the legitimate successors to the great pharaohs of the past, the chosen representatives of the gods. They presented themselves in traditional Egyptian ways, adopted all the ceremonies and rituals that had long been part of pharaonic rule. They used Egyptian titles, performed Egyptian religious ceremonies, represented themselves as the successors to the great pharaohs of ages past, as the heirs to the long tradition of Egyptian kingship that stretched back centuries into the distant past. They learned to speak Egyptian language fluently, studied Egyptian religion and Egyptian history, immersed themselves in Egyptian culture so thoroughly that the distinction between Egyptian and Kushite became blurred and ultimately irrelevant, and many Egyptians, particularly those who were tired of the chaos and division and constant conflict that had characterized the late Third Intermediate Period, welcomed Kushite rule. They saw in Piye and his successors rulers who could restore order, who could reunify the land, who could restore Egyptian culture and Egyptian religious practices to their former glory. From this perspective, Kushite conquest was not foreign domination. It was a restoration, a return to order and unity under a powerful pharaoh chosen by the gods. After Piye came other kings, a succession of rulers who inherited the empire that Piye had built and who worked to consolidate and expand upon it. His successor was Shabako, a king who consolidated Kushite control and extended it throughout Egypt, established firm Kushite authority, not just in Upper Egypt, but throughout the entire land from the Mediterranean to the Cataracts. The kingship was maintained, passed from one ruler to the next, a chain of Kushite kings who ruled as pharaohs, who commanded the respect and the obedience of Egyptians and Nubians alike. After Shabako came other Kushite rulers, each contributing to the empire in different ways, each working to maintain and expand Kushite authority. And then came Taharko, perhaps the greatest of all the Kushite pharaohs, a king who inherited a powerful kingdom and made it even more magnificent, who raised Kushite power and prestige to its highest point. Taharko ruled from around 690 to 664 BCE, and during his reign, Kush reached the height of its power. He was a great builder, commissioning temples and monuments throughout the Nile Valley, in both Egypt and Nubia. He restored temples that had fallen into disrepair and built new monuments declaring his piety and his magnificence. He commissioned pyramid building, which had been abandoned for centuries, and dozens of pyramids were constructed, many in Nubia. These monuments would testify to Kushite power and cultural sophistication for millennia. Taharko was a king who understood the importance of maintaining both the Kushite and Egyptian aspects of his identity, his authority, his rule. He honored Nubian traditions and Nubian gods alongside the great Egyptian deities, creating a religious world that was authentically both Egyptian and Nubian, that made room for both traditions within a single imperial framework. He supported Kushite religious practices and Kushite priesthoods, even as he fulfilled the ceremonial obligations of a pharaoh and honored the priests of Amun. His reign was a time of cultural flowering, a time when Nubian art and literature and learning flourished alongside Egyptian traditions, when the creative energies of both peoples were combined and synthesized into something new and magnificent. Scholars and priests and artists from throughout the Mediterranean world were drawn to his court, impressed by his magnificence and his resources and his extraordinary patronage of learning and the arts. His court became a center of learning and culture, a place where knowledge was valued and where talented people were rewarded and supported. Taharko was a contemporary of some of the great rulers of the ancient world, lived during an era when mighty empires spanned vast territories and powerful kings wielded authority over millions of people. He was a ruler of genuine significance and power, a man whose authority extended across much of northeastern Africa, from the Mediterranean in the north to deep into the African interior in the south. His decisions affected the politics and the balance of power in the entire eastern Mediterranean region, influenced the calculations of other great powers, shaped the course of events in a world that included the Assyrian Empire and other mighty nations. He conducted diplomacy with distant powers, exchanged ambassadors and gifts, negotiated treaties and agreements. He was not simply a local or regional ruler. He was a major player on the world stage, a figure of international significance and importance. The Kushite conquest and rule of Egypt represented something genuinely remarkable, something unexpected and dramatic, something that would have seemed impossible just a few generations earlier when Kush was still firmly under Egyptian control. A kingdom that had been subject to Egyptian rule for 500 years, that had been colonized and dominated and Egyptianized by 5 centuries of Egyptian conquest and occupation, had not simply achieved independence and escaped from Egyptian rule. It had gone far beyond that. It had conquered its former master. A Nubian dynasty now sat on the throne of Egypt, now ruled the ancient land that had for so long dominated Nubia, now wielded the power that Egypt had once wielded over Kushite peoples. Nubian kings now were pharaohs, now held the titles and the authority that had once belonged to Rameses and Amenhoteps and the other great rulers of Egypt's past, now claimed the same divine legitimacy and the same connection to the gods. The entire balance of power in northeastern Africa had been inverted, turned upside down from what it had been for centuries. Egypt was no longer the dominant power in the region. Kush was. The Kingdom of Kush, that political entity that had emerged from the ruins of Egyptian withdrawal, that had been patiently built and carefully consolidated over several centuries, that had been expanded northward by Kashta, and that had been brought to its fullest expression in the military conquest of Egypt under Piye, had become an empire. It ruled not just Nubia but Egypt itself, ruled the entire Nile Valley from the Mediterranean to the deep African interior. It controlled the wealth of both lands, controlled the gold mines and the trade routes, and the resources that had made Egypt wealthy and powerful. It commanded the armies of both lands, could field military forces drawn from both Egypt and Nubia, could combine Egyptian and Kushite military traditions and military strength. It held the religious authority of both lands, with Kushite kings serving as pharaohs and being recognized as legitimate rulers by the priesthoods and the peoples of Egypt, drawing their authority from both Egyptian and Nubian sources of religious power. This was not simply conquest and subjugation. This was a genuine reunion of the two lands, a healing of the division and separation that had existed for so long. For 500 years, Egypt and Nubia had been separated by the relationship of colonizer and colonized, conqueror and conquered, master and servant. Now they were united under a single ruler, brought together into a single state, made into an empire that drew on the resources and the traditions and the strengths of both peoples. The pharaohs of the 25th dynasty genuinely believed that they were restoring order, that they were reuniting the two lands that should naturally belong together, that they were fulfilling a divine purpose in bringing Egypt and Kush into a single political entity. And yet this triumph, magnificent though it was, contained within it the seeds of future challenges that would prove difficult to overcome. Kush had inherited Egypt's territories, but not Egypt's established ability to hold them against all challenges forever, not the unchallenged dominance that Egypt had once enjoyed. Beyond Egypt and Nubia, in the lands to the northeast, another great empire was rising, expanding its power, extending its influence across the ancient world with terrifying force and efficiency. The Assyrian Empire, based in Mesopotamia, was becoming the dominant military power of the day, with armies unlike anything that had been seen before, with military technology and tactics, an organization that made it nearly invincible, with a record of conquering and absorbing other peoples and empires. The Assyrians had conquered entire regions, had brought powerful kingdoms under their rule, had demonstrated an ability to overcome even wealthy and well-armed adversaries. And in the centuries to come, this rising Assyrian power would come into conflict with the Kushite Egyptian state, would pose a challenge that even the mighty power of the reunited Nile Valley would struggle to meet. But that lay in the future, in challenges yet to come. For now, in the time of Taharqa, and in the years immediately following his reign, Kush was at the height of its power, confident in its strength, secure in its possession of Egypt and its dominance in the Nile Valley, assured of its continuing dominance in the region. It was an African empire in the fullest sense, born from Nubian soil, built by Kushite rulers and Kushite peoples, now ruling not just over its own lands, but over the ancient and venerable realm of Egypt as well, one of the great civilizations of the ancient world united under a single crown. In the second part, we focus on the fall of the Kingdom of Kush. In the waning light of an ancient afternoon, we turn our gaze southward along the Nile, toward a kingdom that once rivaled the great powers of the world. The Kingdom of Kush, that sophisticated and enduring African civilization, had reached pinnacles of power and prosperity that stretched across centuries. But tonight, we trace not the glory of its rise, but the long, gradual dimming of its light. We follow the thread of Kush's decline through invasion and pressure, through environmental strain and economic upheaval, witnessing how even the mightiest kingdoms can fade. This is a story of external forces colliding with internal weaknesses, of military defeat, and the slow erosion of power. So settle in, find a comfortable place to rest, and let us journey backward through time to understand how a great civilization lost its way. For what follows is a tale of greatness slowly surrendered, of power that could not be held against the pressing tide of history, and of a people who would ultimately find survival not in maintaining what they had, but in transforming into something new. When we speak of Kush at its height, we must look toward the glorious period when Kushite kings did more than simply rule their own land. They ruled Egypt itself. Beginning around the 8th century before the Common Era, Kushite rulers who had built their power in the heartland of Nubia, centered at the sacred city of Napata near the holy mountain of Jebel Barkal, began to push northward with increasing confidence and ambition. Napata itself was a city of extraordinary spiritual significance. The great mountain of Jebel Barkal rose from the desert floor like a beacon, a place where the Kushites believed the god Amun had his earthly sanctuary. The temples at Napata were sites of pilgrimage and prayer. Kings and nobles made journeys there to commune with the divine, to receive blessings and guidance. King Kashta and his successors, most notably King Paye, saw opportunity in the weakness and fragmentation of Egyptian authority. Egypt in the 8th century had become divided and fractious. Regional governors and local rulers claimed autonomy. The central authority was weak and ineffectual. Paye, whose campaigns north were recorded with remarkable detail on temple walls and stelae, gradually conquered first Upper Egypt and then the whole of the Lower Kingdom, bringing the entire land of the pharaohs under Kushite control. This was no fleeting conquest. Paye's descendants held Egypt firmly in their grasp, establishing what we now call the 25th dynasty of Egypt. For over a century, from approximately 744 to 656 before the Common Era, Kushite kings ruled as pharaohs. They were called the Black Pharaohs by later historians, though they themselves saw nothing unusual in this arrangement. To them, this was the natural order of things. They had the wealth, they had the military strength, they had the divine favor of the god Amun. Why should Egypt not fall under their rule? The Kushites who ruled Egypt were deeply engaged in the restoration and beautification of Egyptian temples and religious sites, spending their wealth on the great works of piety and restoration that had characterized Egyptian culture for millennia. They commissioned new monuments and poured resources into the maintenance of the great sanctuaries that had stood for centuries. They rebuilt temple complexes that had fallen into disrepair during the troubled times that had preceded Kushite rule. They commissioned new statuary and reliefs that that celebrated both Kushite rulers and Egyptian gods. They funded the priesthoods generously and ensured that the great religious ceremonies could be performed with proper dignity and expense. The economic resources that flowed from Egypt made these expenditures possible on a scale that was truly magnificent. They adopted Egyptian titles, wore Egyptian regalia, and participated fully in the religious rituals of their conquered realm. They attended the great festivals and made pilgrimages to the holy sites. Yet they remained distinctly Kushite beneath the surface. They maintained their own burial practices, their own artistic traditions, and their own spiritual center at Napata, far to the south. A Kushite king might be crowned as a pharaoh in Egypt, might present himself in public wearing the sacred regalia and insignia of the ancient pharaohs, but his heart remained with the sacred mountain and the lands of Nubia. The tombs and burial grounds of Kush never followed Egyptian practice. Instead, the Kushite kings were buried in their own distinctive fashion, in pyramid tombs that reflected Kushite traditions and aesthetics, not Egyptian ones. The 25th dynasty was prosperous and secure. Kushite merchants controlled trade routes that stretched across the Mediterranean, into the Levant, down into sub-Saharan Africa, and across the Red Sea toward distant lands. Kushite generals commanded the most powerful armies in northeast Africa. The kingdom's control over Egypt brought enormous wealth in the form of tributes, taxes, and trading revenues. The grain production of Egypt's Nile Delta fed not just Egypt, but regions across Africa and the Mediterranean. The gold and precious materials that flowed from southern lands passed through Kushite hands and Kushite trading networks. The temples and treasuries of Egypt, now under Kushite control, accumulated vast quantities of wealth. This wealth was used to support armies, to build monuments, to maintain a sophisticated bureaucracy. From Egypt, Kush could project power across the Mediterranean and into the Levantine coast. Kushite soldiers fought alongside or against neighboring powers depending on Kushite diplomatic interests. Kushite merchants traded in the great marketplaces of the Levant. Kushite ambassadors negotiated with foreign powers. In this period, before the storm clouds gathered on the horizon, Kush seemed invincible. The kingdom basked in power and confidence, unaware that a new and terrible force was gathering far to the east, in the mountains and valleys of Mesopotamia. The Assyrian Empire rose from the dust of older empires and older conflicts with a hunger that seemed to know no bounds. Beginning in the 10th century before the Common Era, Assyrian kings had begun their long, patient conquest of the known world. They conquered the kingdoms of the Levant. They subdued the peoples of Mesopotamia and Anatolia. They took tribute from distant lands and expanded their dominion year after year, decade after decade, with a military organization and brutality that terrified all who heard of them. The reports that filtered back to Egypt from merchants and refugees fleeing Assyrian conquest were horrifying. Cities that resisted were destroyed utterly. Populations were either enslaved or executed. Resistance was met not with mercy or negotiation, but with systematic destruction. Entire regions were depopulated to prevent future rebellions. The Neo-Assyrian Empire under rulers like Sargon II and his successors was not merely expansionist, it was utterly relentless. No kingdom was too distant, no city too remote, no region too difficult to reach if it lay within the sphere of Assyrian ambition. The very reputation of Assyrian military power was a weapon in itself. Cities sometimes surrendered without even attempting resistance, knowing that the consequences of defiance would be catastrophic. The Assyrians developed military technologies and tactics that surpassed anything in the ancient world at that time. They fielded massive armies of infantry, cavalry, and chariots, numbering sometimes in the tens of thousands. They built siege weapons of wood and bronze that could break down the strongest city walls. They developed sophisticated engineering techniques that allowed them to bridge rivers, build roads through difficult terrain, and maintain supply lines across vast distances. They had bureaucratic systems that could coordinate the movement of armies across thousands of miles. They had administrators who could track supplies, manage soldiers, rotate troops through different campaigns, and maintain communication, even when armies were separated by hundreds of miles of territory. They created roads and way stations to facilitate military movement. They stationed garrisons in conquered territories to maintain control and suppress rebellions. They had scribes and record keepers who documented their conquests, their military operations, and their achievements. These records, inscribed on clay tablets and carved into stone monuments, still survive today and tell us of the scope and ambition of Assyrian military campaigns. More than anything else, they had will. The Assyrians wanted to rule, and they were willing to do whatever it took to achieve that goal. They did not believe in coexistence with other powers. They believed in conquest, total dominance, and the subjugation of all peoples to Assyrian rule. By the middle of the 8th century, before the Common Era, Assyrian expansion had brought their armies ever closer to Egypt. The kingdoms of Canaan and Syria, which had once been friendly trading partners with Egypt, fell one by one to Assyrian conquest. The process was terrifyingly effective. Assyrian armies would approach a kingdom, demand tribute and submission, and often the kingdom would comply, knowing that resistance was hopeless. Those that did resist were crushed with overwhelming military force. The populations that remained after Assyrian campaigns were broken and impoverished. Those with resources fled, traveling south toward Egypt and safety. Those without the means to flee were enslaved or killed. The trade networks that had enriched Egypt for centuries withered away. The caravans that once moved freely across the Levant now faced Assyrian blockades and taxation. Egyptian merchants who tried to trade in regions under Assyrian control found themselves subject to Assyrian control of their commerce. The balance of power in the eastern Mediterranean began to shift dramatically, and Egypt, with its Kushite rulers, watched this transformation with growing alarm. What had been a distant threat began to feel increasingly close. The reports from northern regions grew more dire with each passing month. Initially, the Kushites and Assyrians maintained a kind of uneasy peace. They recognized each other as great powers. They exchanged diplomatic missions and courtesies. Kushite ambassadors traveled to Assyrian capitals. Assyrian envoys came to Egypt and paid their respects to the Kushite pharaohs. They negotiated trade arrangements and border agreements. But beneath this surface civility lay a fundamental incompatibility. Both empires wanted to dominate the eastern Mediterranean. Both wanted to control the wealth of Egypt. Both wanted to project power across the known world. The Assyrians were expanding relentlessly. The Kushites were not willing to see that expansion extend into lands they considered their own, or within their sphere of influence. These ambitions could not coexist. Conflict was not a possibility. It was an inevitability. Both sides understood this, even if they did not say it openly. The first contact between Kushite and Assyrian forces came not through formal declaration of war, but through a series of skirmishes and smaller conflicts that escalated gradually over decades. Around the middle of the 8th century before the Common Era, tensions began to rise. An Egyptian, technically a Kushite, prince named Tefnakht had attempted to rebel against Kushite rule. This rebellion, though ultimately unsuccessful, was noted by Assyrian observers. It suggested that the Kushite hold on Egypt might not be quite as firm as it appeared from a distance. Divisions could perhaps be exploited. Weaknesses could perhaps be exposed. Around this same time, various Egyptian and Levantine kingdoms were looking for allies in their resistance to Assyrian domination. Some of them turned to Egypt and the Kushite pharaohs, hoping that Kushite military might could help them resist Assyrian conquest. The Kushites, ever confident in their strength, ever conscious of their role as the great power of the Eastern world, often agreed to support these anti-Assyrian coalitions. They sent their armies northward into Palestine and Syria. They intervened in local conflicts, supporting rebels and resistors against Assyrian forces. They attempted to rally resistance against the advancing Assyrians. They made promises to small kingdoms and city-states that Kushite protection was available for those who resisted Assyrian domination. But these interventions, well-intentioned though they may have been, brought the Kushites into direct confrontation with Assyrian forces for the first time. They raised the stakes of the struggle. They made conflict between Kush and Assyria no longer theoretical but actual and immediate. The skirmishes that followed were relatively limited in scale at first. A Kushite force would meet an Assyrian force somewhere in the Levant or Upper Egypt. There would be a battle, sometimes lasting hours, sometimes just hours of intense fighting. One side would withdraw, usually the Kushites, as Assyrian forces slowly pushed southward and westward. But with each encounter, the Kushites began to understand the true nature of Assyrian military power in a way that no report or rumor could convey. The Assyrians did not fight like the Egyptians they had known. They did not rely on the same tactics or the same weapons. Assyrian armies were larger, better organized, and far more brutal in their methods. They had experienced commanders who had fought dozens of campaigns. They had soldiers who had seen years of continuous warfare. They had equipment and weapons refined through constant use. When they defeated an enemy, they did not simply take tribute and leave, as was the custom in the ancient world. They looted the city, enslaved the population, and sometimes destroyed the entire urban centre so thoroughly that it could never recover. They left monuments to their victories. They took captives to display in their own homeland. The Assyrians were not interested in coexistence or compromise. They wanted total victory and absolute dominance. By the early 7th century, before the Common Era, it became clear to the Kushite leadership that a final confrontation was inevitable. The skirmishing period was coming to an end. A great invasion was gathering in the north, organized and purposeful, and it was moving toward Egypt with terrible purpose. In the year 671, before the Common Era, the full weight of Assyrian military power crashed down upon Egypt like a terrible storm. The Assyrian king Esarhaddon, one of the great military commanders of ancient history, led an enormous army southward from Assyria. He did not come to negotiate or to establish tribute arrangements. He came to conquer utterly and completely. Esarhaddon had proven himself in countless campaigns across the Assyrian Empire. He had taken rebellious cities and made examples of them. He had moved armies across deserts and mountains and strange territories. He understood logistics and military strategy. He understood how to inspire loyalty in his soldiers and how to instill fear in his enemies. Esarhaddon's army was massive, numbering somewhere in the tens of thousands. It included thousands of infantry soldiers armed with spears and shields, trained in formation fighting and capable of advancing in disciplined waves against enemy positions. It included cavalry units mounted on horses bred specifically for warfare, fast and powerful animals that could charge through infantry lines or pursue fleeing enemies across open ground. It included chariot squadrons led by Assyrian nobles and commanders, vehicles that served both as platforms for archers and as symbols of Assyrian military might. It included siege engineers who understood how to build battering rams and siege towers, how to mine under city walls, and how to break down even the most stoutly defended fortifications. It included supply trains that stretched for miles behind the main army, carrying food and water and weapons and replacement equipment. And it included, perhaps most importantly, the will of the Assyrian Empire itself, concentrated in the person of Esarhaddon and flowing through every soldier under his command. The Kushite king at this time was named Taharqa. He was not a weak ruler, and he was not unprepared for war. Taharqa had experience in military campaigns. He had inherited Egypt and Nubia from his predecessors and had fought to maintain control over both. He had commanded Kushite forces in Egypt and beyond. He had dealt with rebellions and challenges to his authority. He understood the nature of power and the requirements of maintaining dominion over a vast territory. His family had ruled as the pharaohs of Egypt for nearly a century. It seemed inconceivable to him that this could end. But he was about to face something he had never encountered before, something that no Kushite ruler had ever truly faced. The full military might of the Assyrian Empire brought to bear with singular purpose. Esarhaddon's army moved through the Levant, crushing any resistance they encountered with methodical brutality. The few kingdoms that attempted to resist were destroyed with absolute thoroughness. Cities that had stood for centuries were erased from the earth. Populations were deported or enslaved, separated from their homes, and transported to distant parts of the Assyrian Empire. The very names of kingdoms were struck from inscriptions and records, an attempt to erase them from history itself. By the time the Assyrian forces reached the border of Egypt, news of their approach had already arrived, carried by refugees and merchants and soldiers who had survived the northern campaigns. The reports they brought were terrifying in their specificity. They spoke of the size of the Assyrian armies. They described the siege weapons and military technologies. They recounted the fates of cities that had resisted. The psychological impact was immense and terrifying. The mere knowledge that such a vast and terrible army was approaching caused panic in Egyptian cities. Some populations began to flee southward, away from the path of Assyrian conquest, toward the safety of Nubia and the lands of Kush, clogging the roads south with refugees and creating a massive human exodus that strained resources and infrastructure. Some cities began to prepare for siege, stockpiling food and water and preparing their walls for the assault that was coming. But many doubted whether their preparations would be sufficient against such a formidable enemy. The Kushite military command had to make difficult and agonizing decisions about where to concentrate their forces and how to best defend the kingdom. Should they try to hold all of Egypt with stretched and inadequate forces, or should they abandon the north and defend only the more easily defensible regions further south? The choice was agonizing, for Egypt was the source of Kushite wealth and power, and to surrender it seemed like accepting permanent decline and loss of status. Taharqa decided that he would meet Esarhaddon's army in open battle rather than allowing the Assyrians to simply march through Egypt unopposed. This was a fateful decision, one that would change the history of the ancient world. He gathered the largest forces he could muster. He called up soldiers from all parts of the Kushite domains. He assembled chariots and cavalry and infantry. He collected supplies and provisions. He prepared his army as thoroughly as he could. And then he marched northward to confront the Assyrian invasion. The two armies met somewhere in the northern reaches of Egypt, perhaps along the Nile or in one of the great plains of the Delta. Scouts and messengers had tracked the Assyrian advance, and Taharqa chose the moment and place of engagement based on terrain that he hoped might give his forces some advantage. What followed was not a close engagement or a carefully matched contest. It was not a battle in which two evenly matched forces fought to see which would prevail. It was a decisive Assyrian victory achieved through superior tactics, superior discipline, superior training, and superior numbers. The Kushite forces were broken and scattered like wheat before the wind. Taharqa's carefully assembled army, the product of weeks of mobilization and preparation, was shattered in a matter of hours of fighting. Soldiers who had been trained to fight in one manner found themselves facing enemies who fought in ways that were more effective and more brutal. Officers and commanders tried to rally their troops, but the Assyrian advance was too strong and too coordinated. Units that held briefly were outflanked or surrounded. The Kushite king himself, watching his army dissolve around him, was forced to flee southward in haste, abandoning the field and beginning what would be a long retreat toward the homeland. The Assyrian forces pursued him relentlessly, pushing ever deeper into Egyptian territory with inexorable momentum. The Assyrian conquest of Egypt was remarkably rapid given the size of the territory that had to be subjugated. Within weeks, Assyrian forces had occupied the major population centers of the Delta, the heartland of Egyptian civilization and power. Within months, they had pushed southward into Upper Egypt, moving slowly but inexorably down the Nile Valley. The ancient city of Thebes, one of the most important religious and cultural centers of Egypt, and indeed of the entire ancient world, fell to the Assyrians. Thebes had been the capital of Egypt for centuries. Its temples were famous throughout the known world. Its treasures were legendary. Esarhaddon's forces looted the city, taking enormous quantities of treasure and valuables and sending them north to Assyria as tribute and proof of conquest. They destroyed temples, smashing sacred statues and religious objects, desecrating the holy places. They enslaved the population, or scattered them into refugees, people who fled south and west and east to escape Assyrian domination. The sacking of Thebes was so thorough and so devastating that the city never truly recovered. It would continue to exist for centuries after this, but it would never regain its former importance or influence. The city that had once rivaled Rome and Babylon in size and significance was reduced to secondary status in the ancient world. The message was clear to all who witnessed or heard of it. The Assyrians were here to dominate, not to coexist as one power among many. Any city that resisted would be destroyed utterly. Taharqa, meanwhile, had fled with the remnants of his shattered army back toward Nubia, back toward the homeland that was now his only refuge. The Assyrians pursued him far enough to demonstrate their dominance and their capability, but they did not pursue him back to Napata or further south into Nubia proper. The terrain became increasingly difficult. The Nile cataracts, those regions of rapids and difficult navigation, became obstacles that slowed the Assyrian advance. The supply lines became increasingly stretched, reaching back hundreds of miles to Assyrian bases and supply depots in the north. The Assyrian soldiers, many of whom had never seen the African landscape before, were exhausted by the climate and the distance from their homeland. The Assyrians had accomplished their primary objective, which was to drive the Kushites out of Egypt and to establish Assyrian dominance over the Nile Valley. They had no desire to pursue a broken enemy into hostile terrain far from their supply lines. But while the Assyrian invasion was a devastating military defeat, it was not the end of the Kingdom of Kush. The Kushite kingdom still existed, centered in Nubia, with its power base at Napata and spreading southward from there. Taharqa, humiliated by his defeat but still alive and still possessed of considerable resources, gathered the remnants of his shattered army. The Kushite king collected soldiers and supplies. He rallied local commanders and nobles to his cause. He reminded his people that the Assyrians had not destroyed Nubia itself, that the homeland remained secure and under Kushite control. He made grandiose plans and proclamations about his intention to reclaim Egypt and restore Kushite dominance. And he was not entirely without hope or resources. The Assyrians had won decisive, easily in open battle, but they had not destroyed the entire Kushite military apparatus. Soldiers who had fled could be regrouped. Resources could be gathered. The Kushite state still controlled trade networks and still had access to wealth. Perhaps, Taharqa thought, Assyrian attention would be diverted elsewhere. Perhaps an opportunity would arise. Perhaps he could mount a successful counteroffensive. Over the following years, Taharqa made several attempts to retake Egypt, or at least parts of Upper Egypt. He would gather his forces, march his armies northward with as much pageantry and ceremony as he could muster, try to recapture some of the lost territory, try to inspire local Egyptians to rise up against their Assyrian overlords, and then be forced to withdraw again as Assyrian forces moved to crush his rebellion. Sometimes these attempts were moderately successful. Taharka's forces would capture a city or region. Local Egyptians would rally to his cause, remembering the days when Kushite rule had brought them relative stability and prosperity. But then Assyrian forces would arrive, larger and better organized than the Kushite resistance, and the Kushites would be driven back again. This cycle repeated itself several times over the following decades. It was an exhausting process, draining Kushite resources and demoralizing to Kushite soldiers and commanders. Taharka was not willing to accept permanent loss of Egypt, even though the military realities made it increasingly clear that he could not successfully challenge Assyrian dominance. He was trapped in a kind of military stalemate in which he had the resources to mount resistance, but not the resources to achieve lasting victory. The Assyrian king Ashurbanipal, who succeeded Esarhaddon, was if anything even more ruthless and thorough than his predecessor. Where Esarhaddon had defeated the Kushites and driven them out of Egypt, Ashurbanipal was determined to ensure that they could never threaten Assyrian dominance again. When Taharka attempted once more to reclaim Egypt, mounting what was apparently intended as a major renewed offensive, Ashurbanipal dispatched his armies to crush the rebellion completely. Taharka was routed again, his forces decisively defeated in open battle. But this time, the Assyrian response went further than before. Ashurbanipal's forces pursued Taharka's army all the way to Thebes, attacking the city a second time and ensuring its complete and final destruction. The city was looted again. Its remaining treasures were taken, its temples were desecrated and destroyed beyond recovery. The population was slaughtered or enslaved. The great monuments of Thebes, which had stood for 1,000 years and more, were smashed and ruined. Archaeological evidence suggests that the destruction was so thorough that the city essentially ceased to exist as an urban center. Archaeologists today, examining the remains, find clear evidence of fire and deliberate destruction dating to this period. The second sacking of Thebes was so famous in the ancient world that it became a byword for military devastation. The Assyrian armies continued southward into Nubia itself, moving beyond the traditional boundaries of Egypt and into territory that had always been firmly under Kushite control. The Assyrians briefly threatened even Napata itself, that sacred city at the base of Jebel Barkal, the holy mountain that had been the spiritual and political center of Kushite power. The Kushites mobilized their forces to defend the homeland. Fierce battles were fought, but Assyrian military superiority was overwhelming, and before long the Assyrians were in position to potentially assault Napata itself. But supply line difficulties and the harsh Nubian terrain, so different from the lands where Assyrian forces had previously fought, forced the Assyrians to withdraw before they could deliver the final blow. The Kushite capital was saved from immediate conquest, but the fact that Assyrian armies had come so close, that they had penetrated so deep into Kushite heartland, was a shock that reverberated through Kushite society. The message was unmistakable. The Assyrians could reach Nubia if they chose to. The Kushites could not defend their homeland against Assyrian military might if the Assyrians decided to launch a full-scale invasion. Kushite power, it seemed, was not based on any inherent strength or superiority, but only on the forbearance of the Assyrians, who chose not to pursue further conquest in terrain that was difficult and far from their supply lines. Taharka died in the midst of these conflicts, a broken man, having watched the Kushite Empire lose everything he had inherited and believed he could preserve. He had come to the throne expecting to continue the glory of his predecessors, but instead he had presided over the dissolution of Kushite dominance and the humiliation of Kushite military power. His death marked the end of an era. The final years of his life were spent in increasingly desperate attempts to maintain Kushite authority, efforts that became ever more futile and exhausting. His successors attempted to continue the resistance, but the military situation was hopeless. They lacked the resources and the military capability to challenge Assyrian dominance. The Assyrian Empire had proven to be an enemy unlike any that the Kushites had previously faced, an empire with seemingly unlimited resources and an absolute determination to achieve total victory. After a series of increasingly desperate attempts to regain Egypt and increasingly futile campaigns to mount some kind of effective resistance, the Kushite kings finally accepted the reality of the situation. They could not defeat the Assyrians. They could not reclaim Egypt. They could not maintain their position as the dominant power in Northeast Africa. The acceptance of this reality was profound and transformative for Kushite society. The 25th dynasty had ended. Kushite rule over Egypt had come to an end, not with the finality of complete conquest, but with the slow recognition that resistance was futile. The Kushites were pushed back into Nubia, back into the heartland of their original power, stripped of their Egyptian territories and their Egyptian pretensions. The magnificent vision of a Kushite pharaoh ruling over the lands of the Nile from the delta to Nubia was gone, replaced by a more modest reality. They were no longer the rulers of one of the greatest civilizations in the ancient world. They were now a regional power, confined to the Nile Valley south of Egypt, dependent on their ability to maintain their influence over the lands between the cataracts of the Nile. It was a profound transformation of Kushite identity and Kushite power. For a century, they had been something far greater than they now were. They had tasted the highest pinnacles of power and influence, and then it had all been taken away by force and military defeat. The psychological impact on Kushite culture was immense. The confidence and certainty that had characterized the 25th dynasty was replaced by a more cautious approach, a recognition that Kushite power was limited and could be challenged by external forces beyond their control. In the aftermath of Taharka's defeat, the political void left by Kushite withdrawal from Egypt was swiftly filled by a new reality. Ashurbanipal, the last great king of Assyria, inherited his father Esarhaddon's conquest, but not his restraint. Where Esarhaddon had been satisfied with domination, Ashurbanipal seemed intent on total annihilation of any possible threat. The reports that filtered back to Napata from merchants and refugees fleeing northward painted a portrait of systematic destruction. Ashurbanipal was not merely a military commander. He was an administrator of terror, a ruler who believed that the only sure way to prevent rebellion was to make rebellion impossible through the complete obliteration of the capacity to resist. After Taharka's death, his successor, Tanweta Mani, often called Tantamani, inherited a kingdom that was already grievously wounded by decades of conflict and military failure. Tantamani was a younger man, energetic and perhaps more idealistic than his aging predecessor had become. He looked at the situation and saw not inevitable decline, but an opportunity. The Assyrians, he reasoned, might be stretched thin by their vast empire. Perhaps their armies were occupied elsewhere. Perhaps there was still time to strike a blow, to reclaim at least Upper Egypt, to restore some portion of Kushite glory. He gathered what forces remained to him and prepared for one final attempt to re-establish Kushite authority in Egypt. In around 664 BCE, Tantamani led his army northward for what would be the last great Kushite military campaign against an external power. The campaign began with initial success. Kushite forces moved into Upper Egypt and encountered little organized resistance. The population, still remembering the days of Kushite rule and Kushite prosperity, sometimes rose up against their Assyrian overlords to support Tantamani's advance. Some cities opened their gates without requiring a siege. Some garrisons, undermanned and far from reinforcement, were scattered by Kushite forces. For a brief moment, it seemed as though history might be rewritten, as though the arc of decline might suddenly reverse itself. Tantamani reached Thebes, that great and ancient city that had been devastated by the Assyrians just years before. The ruins still smouldered with the memory of destruction. But the people rose to support him, and the Kushite king declared himself restored, having reclaimed the land of his ancestors. But Ashurbanipal was not a ruler who could tolerate such presumption. When word reached the Assyrian court that a Kushite force had dared to move into Egypt and reclaim territory, the response was swift and overwhelming. Ashurbanipal dispatched an enormous army southward with orders to not merely defeat Tantamani's forces, but to make such an example of the Kushites that they would never dare to challenge Assyrian authority again. No, the Assyrian response was catastrophic. Ashurbanipal's forces met Tantamani's army in battle, and once again the pattern repeated itself. The Kushite forces, despite their courage and determination, were no match for Assyrian military discipline and superiority. The battle was decisive. Tantamani's army was shattered, its soldiers scattered or killed. The Kushite king was forced to flee southward again, abandoning his hopes of reclaiming Egypt. But this time, the Assyrian pursuit was more relentless. Where before the terrain had stopped the Assyrians, Ashurbanipal drove his forces forward, pushing deep into Nubian territory, determined to crush the Kushite kingdom entirely. The Assyrian army arrived at Thebes and found that the city, in the brief moment of Kushite restoration, had begun to prepare for defense and had begun to gather supplies and soldiers. But against the full weight of Assyrian military might, these preparations were insignificant. The Assyrians attacked the city with overwhelming force. What followed was one of the most complete acts of destruction recorded in the ancient world. The city was looted systematically. Its temples were desecrated and torn apart. Its monuments were smashed. The walls that had stood for centuries were broken down. The statues of the gods were toppled and dragged away as trophies. The population was either slaughtered in enormous numbers or enslaved and carried away northward to distant parts of the Assyrian Empire. The destruction was so thorough that later Greek historians, centuries afterward, would describe Thebes as having been destroyed so completely that it seemed impossible that such destruction could have occurred. The name of Thebes itself began to fade from memory in some parts of the world, replaced by the Greek name Waset, and eventually disappearing from notice entirely. Ashurbanipal's forces pursued Tantamani even further southward, driving the Kushite king back toward Napata with a tenacity that was clearly designed to destroy Kushite power completely. The Assyrian army reached the region around Napata itself, the sacred heartland of Kushite civilization. For the first time in Kushite history, the holy mountain of Jebel Barkal, the spiritual center around which Kushite identity had been built, came under threat of direct assault from a foreign army. The temples of Napata, which had been built and rebuilt over centuries, which had been the focal point of Kushite religious life, and the seat of Kushite royal power, faced the possibility of destruction by Assyrian forces. But the terrain around Napata became increasingly difficult as the Assyrian forces edged southward. The Nile cataracts, those regions of rapids and treacherous rocks, made large-scale military operations difficult. The supply lines, already stretched over thousands of miles from the Assyrian heartland, became increasingly attenuated and difficult to maintain. The Assyrian soldiers, exhausted from months of campaigning and marching through unfamiliar territory, began to show signs of fatigue and discontent. Ashurbanipal, despite his ambitions and his ruthlessness, was a pragmatist. He recognized that pushing further south would accomplish little beyond demonstrating that Assyrian power could reach anywhere. The destruction of Thebes had been sufficient to demonstrate Assyrian dominance. The flight of Tantamani had been sufficient to show that the Kushites could not effectively resist. Ashurbanipal ordered a halt to the southern campaign. The Assyrian forces did not attempt to advance further into Nubia or to sack Napata itself. Instead, They consolidated their control over Egypt, established Assyrian governors and garrisons, and prepared to return northward. For Tantamani, sheltering in Napata and the lands further south, the survival of the capital and the heartland was both a mercy and a humiliation. The city and the sacred mountain had been saved from destruction, but it was only saved because the Assyrians had chosen not to destroy it, not because Kushite forces had successfully defended it. The king who had hoped to restore Kushite glory had instead presided over the final and complete loss of Kushite control over Egypt. For a century, Kushite kings had ruled as pharaohs of Egypt. For a century, they had drawn wealth and power from the greatest civilization in the ancient world. They had crowned themselves in the temples of Thebes. They had been recognized by the priests of Amun as legitimate rulers. They had commanded the resources of the Nile delta. And now it was all gone, scattered like dust before the wind. The dream of a Kushite empire that stretched from the delta to Nubia was shattered beyond any possibility of restoration. The magnificent vision of Kushite pharaohs sitting on Egyptian thrones, wearing the sacred regalia, commanding the armies of the greatest civilization in the world, was now only a memory. Tantamani ruled for a time in his much-reduced realm, but his authority was limited to the lands of Nubia, south of the cataracts. He could not travel to Egypt without danger. He could not command the temples of Thebes or the priests of Amun in their homeland. He could not draw the vast wealth of Egypt into the Kushite treasury. His authority was real, but it was confined to a much smaller territory. Yet even in this reduced state, Tantamani and the Kushite people faced a fundamental choice. They could accept this reduction as permanent, could allow the loss of Egypt to define their future, could slowly fade away into insignificance, or they could find a way to adapt, to rebuild their civilization on the basis of what remained to them, to find new sources of wealth and power that did not depend on the control of Egypt. Tantamani and his successors chose the path of adaptation. He died, as Taharqa had died, in a kingdom that was diminished and weakened. But unlike Taharqa, whose reign was consumed by desperate attempts to reclaim Egypt, Tantamani's later years began the process of turning Kushite attention inward, of beginning to develop the resources of Nubia itself. He was a king whose reign was defined by loss, yes, but also by the beginning of a new path forward. The age of Kushite expansion was over. The age of Assyrian dominance in Egypt had begun, and it would persist for some decades until other forces would eventually push the Assyrians out and replace them with new rulers. But the age of Kushite decline was not inevitable. The Kushites would endure. In the aftermath of complete military defeat and the loss of Egypt, the Kushite kingdom faced an existential question. Should it attempt to preserve itself in its homeland, the lands of Nubia, or should it simply accept dissolution and fade into insignificance? The answer to this question would shape the final centuries of Kushite civilization. Tantamani and his successors, recognizing that they could not challenge Assyrian military might, made a strategic choice. They would withdraw completely from Egypt. They would concentrate their power and resources in Nubia, in the lands where they had originated and where the Assyrians seemed uninterested in pursuing conquest. They would rebuild their kingdom on a smaller scale, defend what could be defended, and preserve what could be preserved. It was a choice born of necessity, but it was also a choice that would ultimately prove salvific. By retreating to Nubia, by withdrawing their claims to Egypt, the Kushites guaranteed their own survival. A kingdom that attempted to hold Egypt against Assyrian wishes would be destroyed. A kingdom that accepted its reduced circumstances and concentrated on defending its homeland would endure. The retreat from Egypt was not instantaneous. It was a gradual process, spread over decades, as Kushite forces were slowly driven southward and out of Egyptian territory. Garrison by garrison, city by city, the Kushites withdrew. Some military commanders, reluctant to surrender what their predecessors had conquered, made heroic last stands in cities and strongholds. But these individual resistances, however brave, could not change the fundamental military reality. The Assyrians were too powerful. Kushite forces could not defeat them in open battle. Kushite cities could not withstand Assyrian siege warfare. One by one, the Kushite military positions in Egypt were abandoned or destroyed. By around 656 BCE, some 70 or 80 years after the initial Assyrian invasion, the last Kushite forces had withdrawn from Egypt. The process had taken decades, but it was now complete. Kush no longer controlled any territory in Egypt. The Kushite pharaohs no longer existed. The age of the 25th dynasty was over, not with a dramatic end, but with a slow and painful withdrawal. For the Kushite population in Egypt, those who had lived under Kushite rule and benefited from Kushite governance, the withdrawal was traumatic. Some chose to flee southward with the retreating Kushite armies, preferring to live under Kushite rule, even in a diminished kingdom, rather than remain under Assyrian domination. These refugees brought news and stories of the northern lands, of the destruction they had witnessed, of the losses they had suffered. They added to the sense of catastrophe that hung over Napata and the southern cities as refugees poured in. Others chose to remain in Egypt, accommodating themselves to Assyrian rule, becoming subjects of the Assyrians, their Kushite identity becoming something internal and private rather than expressed through political power. Over generations, these Egyptian Kushites would assimilate into the local population, their Kushite heritage fading as a purely cultural memory. The political separation between Kush and Egypt became absolute and permanent. As the Kushites regrouped in Napata and the southern lands, they began the difficult work of adaptation and survival. The capital at Napata, that holy city at the foot of Jebel Barkal, remained the center of Kushite power. The temples there, the burial grounds, the royal centers, all continued to function, but now in a reduced capacity. The wealth that had flowed from Egypt ceased. The tributes that had enriched Kushite kings no longer arrived. The merchants who had traveled between Egypt and Nubia conducting profitable trade ceased their journeys. The Kushite state, which had been based to a significant degree on the exploitation and control of Egyptian resources, had to fundamentally reorganize itself economically. What resources did Nubia itself possess? The Nile Valley in Nubia was narrow and less fertile than the great delta and river valley of Egypt, but it was still productive. Agriculture was possible, though less abundant than in Egypt. The highlands to the east and west of the Nile contained mineral resources, particularly gold, which had always attracted miners and traders. The cataracts of the Nile, while obstacles to navigation, created a natural barrier that protected Nubian territory from easy invasion. The indigenous population of Nubia, the people who had always lived in this region, possessed knowledge and skills adapted to this particular environment. The Kushites, who had always maintained their cultural identity, even while ruling Egypt, possessed institutions and traditions that were rooted in Nubian soil. These cultural institutions, rather than fading away as might have been expected, instead became increasingly important to Kushite identity. The temples of Napata, the religious ceremonies conducted there, the burial practices that had always distinguished Kushite civilization from Egyptian civilization, all became more prominent and more central to Kushite self-understanding. Napata itself, in the centuries following the withdrawal from Egypt, became more than a regional capital. It became a pilgrimage site, a religious center, a place where the accumulated spiritual power of Nubian civilization was believed to reside. Kings and nobles and common people came to Napata to commune with the divine. to pray at the temples of Amun, to seek guidance and blessing. The sacred mountain, Jebel Barkal, with its distinctive peaked profile rising from the desert, became a symbol of Kushite identity and Kushite resilience. Even as the Kushites lost their empire in Egypt, they strengthened their spiritual roots in Nubia. The priesthoods of Napata grew in influence. The temples grew in wealth and power. The god Amun, whom the Kushites had always venerated, but whom they had shared with Egypt, became increasingly associated with Kushite national identity. Religious texts and inscriptions became more focused on Nubian traditions and Nubian religious practices. The Kushite kings continued to be crowned according to pharaonic traditions, but increasingly these ceremonies took place at Napata rather than in Egypt. The Kushite state, while diminished in territory and wealth, remained a coherent political entity with a clear sense of identity and purpose. In the centuries following the loss of Egypt, from around 656 BCE onward, the Kushite kingdom underwent a transformation that was not merely political or military, but cultural and spiritual. The trauma of defeat and loss was gradually absorbed and transformed into a deepening of cultural identity and religious practice. The Napatan period, as historians call this era, lasted from the withdrawal from Egypt until around 300 BCE, when the Kushite capital would be moved further south to the city of Meroë. These 3.5 centuries were a time of consolidation, of focusing Kushite power and identity on the heartland of Nubia rather than on distant Egyptian territories. The Kushite kings who ruled during this period, while less famous than their predecessors who had ruled as pharaohs of Egypt, were still powerful and influential figures in their own right. They controlled the wealth of Nubia. They directed the priests and temples. They commanded the Kushite armies. They conducted diplomacy with neighboring powers. They sponsored artistic and architectural projects. They maintained a court and a bureaucracy. The scale was smaller than it had been during the 25th dynasty, but the substance of Kushite power remained. It was during the Napatan period that Kushite culture developed and refined the distinctive characteristics that would define it for the remainder of its existence. The Kushite style of pyramid building, which had begun earlier but which now became more prominent, reached new heights of development. The pyramid tombs constructed for Kushite kings at Napata and at the nearby cemetery of Nuri became increasingly distinctive in their design and decoration. They were modelled on Egyptian pyramid traditions, but they developed their own particular form, smaller and steeper than Egyptian pyramids, decorated with reliefs and inscriptions that reflected Kushite, rather than purely Egyptian aesthetic values. These pyramids served not only as tombs for the dead, but as monuments to Kushite power and culture, visible expressions of Kushite continuity and identity. The religious practices of Kush became increasingly defined by the worship of the god Amun. While Kushites had always venerated Amun, had always recognized his importance in their pantheon, the centrality of Amun worship grew during the Napatan period. Elaborate temples dedicated to Amun were constructed and expanded. Priestly hierarchies developed to manage these temples. Religious ceremonies honoring Amun became more elaborate and more central to state life. The oracle of Amun at Napata gained fame throughout the ancient world. People from distant lands came to seek guidance from the oracle. Kings sought confirmation of their legitimacy from the priesthood of Amun. The will of the god, as interpreted by his priests, became a significant force in Kushite political and social life. The Napatan period also saw the development and refinement of a distinctive Kushite artistic tradition. While still drawing on Egyptian models and Egyptian artistic conventions, Kushite artists developed their own distinctive style, evident in statuary, in reliefs, in pottery, in metalwork. Kushite artisans were skilled in working with precious metals, particularly gold. Kushite craftspeople created objects of remarkable beauty and sophistication. These objects, found in tombs and temples, display a level of artistic achievement that speaks to the continued sophistication and resources of Kushite civilization, even in the period following the loss of Egypt. The Napata period is thus not a period of simple decline or decay, but a period of transformation and adaptation. The Kushites, confronted with the loss of their empire in Egypt, instead of simply fading away or being absorbed into larger political entities, instead developed and deepened their cultural identity. They created a civilization that was distinctly Nubian, distinctly Kushite, even as it continued to draw on the broader Mediterranean and Egyptian cultural traditions. This cultural deepening and development would prove to be the foundation for the next phase of Kushite civilization, the Meroitic period, which would see a renewed flowering of Kushite power and influence, though in a form quite different from what it had been during the 25th dynasty. The trauma of the Assyrian invasions and the loss of Egypt, while devastating in the short term, ultimately led to a cultural transformation that would sustain the Kushite people for another 500 years or more. Around 300 BCE, more than 3 centuries after the withdrawal from Egypt, the Kushite ruling class made a decision that would prove to be transformative for their civilization. The royal capital was moved from Napata to a new city further south along the Nile. This city, called Meroë, had long been an important center of Kushite civilization, a place of religious significance and economic importance, but it had always been secondary to Napata, which held the primary status as the royal seat and the spiritual center of Kushite power. The decision to move the capital to Meroë was not made impetuously or without careful consideration. The reasons for the move were practical and strategic, rooted in the realities of Kushite power and Kushite geography. Meroë was located further south than Napata, between the 5th and 6th cataracts of the Nile. This location offered several advantages to the Kushite state. First, Meroë was further removed from Egypt and from the threats that continued to emanate from Egypt and the Mediterranean world. As Egypt came under the control of new powers, as Greek rulers established themselves there following the conquest of Alexander the Great, as new dynasties rose and fell in the north, the distance between Meroë and these turbulent northern lands provided a degree of insulation. Second, the region around Meroë possessed resources that were not available in the Napata region. The area was rich in iron ore, a resource that would prove to be extraordinarily valuable in the ancient world. It was also rich in hardwood, the timber necessary for smelting iron and for other industrial and construction purposes. The region was located on the fringe of the summer rainfall belt, meaning that it received more rainfall than the arid regions to the north, making agriculture more productive and more reliable. Third, the location of Meroë provided access to trade routes that led to the Red Sea, and from there to distant lands. The Red Sea was becoming increasingly important as a trade route, particularly as Greek merchants and traders began to use it to access the lands of India and the Far East. Control of this trade route, or at least access to it, could bring significant wealth and prestige to a kingdom that controlled it. The move of the capital from Napata to Meroë thus represented not a retreat or a withdrawal, but rather a strategic repositioning. The Kushites were not giving up on power and influence. Rather, they were adapting their strategy to new circumstances and new opportunities. They were positioning themselves to exploit the resources available in the southern reaches of the Nile Valley. They were positioning themselves to participate in the trade networks that were beginning to emerge or re-emerge in the Indian Ocean and Red Sea regions. They were positioning themselves to maintain their independence and their cultural identity while no longer directly competing with the great powers of the Mediterranean world. The physical move of the capital involved the construction of new temples, new palaces, new administrative buildings in Meroë. It involved the transfer of the royal court and the royal families and the bureaucracy. Over time, Meroë began to eclipse Napata in terms of political importance. But this transition was gradual. Napata retained its spiritual significance. The temples of Napata continued to be visited and to be maintained. Kings continued to visit Napata to conduct religious ceremonies. The cemeteries at Napata continued to receive royal burials for some time. Eventually, the royal cemetery was moved to Meroë as well, and the process of transition was complete. But this transition, while representing a significant shift in where the capital city was located, did not represent a rupture in Kushite civilization or identity. Rather, it represented a continuation and a development of Kushite civilization, adapted to new circumstances. The move to Meroë coincided with significant changes in the cultural character of the Kushite kingdom. The period beginning around 300 BCE is known to historians as the Meroitic period, in contrast to the earlier Napatan period. The characteristics of the Meroitic period, while building on the foundations laid during the Napatan period, were distinctively different in many ways. The Meroitic period saw the emergence of what might be called a synthetic or hybrid culture, a culture that combined Kushite and African traditions with Greek and Egyptian traditions that had been filtered through the changing political circumstances of the Mediterranean world. Following the conquest of Egypt by Alexander the Great in 332 BCE, Greek culture and Greek influence began to penetrate into many parts of the Mediterranean world and beyond. The Kingdom of Egypt, under the Ptolemaic dynasty that ruled after Alexander's death, became a center of Greek cultural influence. This influence naturally extended southward into Nubia and into the lands of Kush. Kushite rulers and Kushite elites came into contact with Greek ideas, Greek art, Greek literature. Some of these influences were absorbed into Kushite culture. Elements of Greek artistic style began to appear in Kushite art. Greek language began to be used alongside Kushite and Egyptian in official and diplomatic contexts. Greek merchants and traders came to Meroë and established themselves there, bringing Greek goods and Greek ideas with them. But the Kushites did not simply abandon their own traditions in favor of Greek culture. Rather, they selectively incorporated Greek elements into their existing cultural framework. They maintained their own religious traditions, their veneration of Amun, their pyramid-building practices. They maintained their own language. They maintained their distinctive artistic traditions. What emerged was a culture that was distinctly Kushite, but one that had been influenced by and had incorporated elements from the broader Mediterranean world, particularly from the Greek world. This cultural synthesis was not unique to Kush. It was a pattern that played out across the Mediterranean and the Near Eastern world in the centuries following Alexander's conquest. Greek culture, when it encountered other well-established cultures, tended not to replace those cultures entirely, but rather to intermix with them, creating new and hybrid cultural forms. One of the most distinctive features of Meroitic culture was the development of a new script and a new written language. The earlier Kushites, during the Napatan period and earlier, had used Egyptian hieroglyphics to write their language. Their formal inscriptions, their religious texts, their historical records were all written in the Egyptian script and often in the Egyptian language. But during the Meroitic period, a distinctive Meroitic script began to develop. This script was derived ultimately from Egyptian hieroglyphics, but it was adapted specifically to write the Meroitic language, the language actually spoken by the Kushite people. The script consisted of 23 letters, an alphabetic rather than a logographic system. It was simpler and more straightforward than Egyptian hieroglyphics, more practical for everyday writing and administration. The development of this script was a significant cultural development. It represented a growing confidence and assertiveness of Kushite culture. The Kushites were no longer simply borrowing the cultural forms of their Egyptian neighbors. They were creating their own cultural forms, adapted specifically to their own needs and their own language. The development of the Meroitic script and the increasing use of the Meroitic language in official contexts represented a kind of cultural independence from Egypt. For centuries, Kushite rulers had used Egyptian language and Egyptian script because they had wished to present themselves as part of the Egyptian world, as legitimate pharaohs following Egyptian traditions. But now, in the changed circumstances of the Meroitic period, confident in their own power and less concerned with Egyptian validation, Kushite rulers increasingly used their own language and their own script. This did not mean that Egyptian cultural influence disappeared. The temples of Kush continued to venerate Egyptian gods, alongside distinctly Kushite or African deities. Egyptian artistic conventions continued to influence Kushite art. But there was a growing assertion of Kushite cultural identity, a growing willingness to express that identity through distinctly Kushite rather than Egyptian forms. The development of the Meroitic script and the promotion of the Meroitic language were outward expressions of this inward cultural transformation. The first centuries of the Meroitic period, roughly from 300 BCE to 100 BCE, saw a renewed flowering of Kushite civilization. After the trauma of the Assyrian invasions and the centuries of adaptation that had followed, the Kushite kingdom now began to expand its power and influence once more, not through the conquest of Egypt, which remained impossible while Egypt was controlled by powerful Mediterranean powers, but through the development of internal resources and through participation in trade networks that spanned the ancient world. The transformation from a territorial empire based on the conquest of Egypt to a mercantile power based on trade and resource extraction was profound. The Kushites would never again rule the Nile Delta or govern Egyptian populations, but they would nonetheless achieve a form of prosperity and influence that allowed them to endure and to maintain their cultural identity. The primary source of Kushite wealth during the early Meroitic period was the iron industry. The iron ore deposits found in the region around Meroë were rich and easily accessible. Kushite craftspeople developed sophisticated techniques for extracting and smelting iron. The furnaces of Meroë burned hot with the work of transformation, converting raw ore into metal, creating tools and weapons that would be traded across the known world. The iron produced in the workshops of Meroë was of high quality and remarkable value. Iron tools and iron weapons were desperately needed in the ancient world. The civilizations of the Mediterranean and the Near East, the kingdoms and empires of Africa, all desired iron products of the quality that Meroë could produce. Kushite merchants traveled to Egypt and sold iron tools and weapons to the rulers of the Ptolemaic dynasty. They traveled to the Mediterranean and sold to merchants and traders who would transport iron goods even further, to distant lands where the price of quality iron was high. They established trade relationships with merchants who traveled the Red Sea routes, men who were beginning to develop the maritime networks that would connect the Mediterranean world with the distant lands of India and beyond. They traded with the peoples of sub-Saharan Africa, exchanging iron tools and weapons for ivory, gold, incense, and other precious goods that could be traded onward to northern markets. The wealth that flowed from this trade made the Kushite kingdom once again prosperous and powerful. The royal treasury was filled with the profits of trade. The Kushite kings used this wealth to sponsor building projects, to expand and maintain the great temples of Amun and other gods, to support artists and craftspeople, to maintain armies, to conduct diplomacy with neighboring powers. The wealth of the iron trade meant that the Kushite kingdom, though smaller in territory and less directly influential in Mediterranean affairs than it had been during the 25th dynasty, was nonetheless a significant power in the ancient world. Merchants and diplomats from distant lands came to Meroë seeking to establish trading relationships. The reputation of Kushite metalwork and Kushite merchants spread throughout the ancient world. Meroë became known not merely as the capital of Kush, but as a great commercial center, a place where goods from across the ancient world could be traded, where wealth could be accumulated, where opportunity could be found. The transformation of Kush from a territorial empire to a mercantile state was complete. And in many ways, this transformation proved to be more sustainable and more enduring than the old territorial empire had been. But even as Kush flourished in its new role as a mercantile power, as the wealth of trade flowed into the cities of Meroë and as the merchants of Kush became known throughout the ancient world, a shadow was lengthening across the Mediterranean. In the year 30 BCE, a moment arrived that would transform not just Egypt, but all the lands that touched the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. The Roman Republic, which had been slowly consolidating its power across the known world, finally turned its full attention toward Egypt. The Ptolemaic dynasty, which had ruled Egypt since the death of Alexander the Great more than 3 centuries earlier, was crumbling. The last of the Ptolemies was a woman named Cleopatra, a ruler of remarkable intelligence and charisma, but she was fighting a losing battle against the inexorable advance of Roman power. Her opponent was Octavian, soon to be renamed Augustus, the man who would become the first emperor of Rome. In a series of military campaigns and political maneuvers, Augustus defeated Cleopatra's forces and her Egyptian allies. Cleopatra, facing certain defeat and the humiliation of Roman conquest, chose death over surrender. With her death, the Ptolemaic dynasty ended. Egypt, the greatest civilization of the ancient world, became a Roman province. It was now directly under Roman control. For the Kingdom of Kush, the conquest of Egypt by Rome represented a fundamental shift in the geopolitical landscape. For centuries, Egypt had been an independent power, ruled by dynasties that rose and fell according to their own internal dynamics and their struggles with external powers. Sometimes Egypt had been friendly to Kush, sometimes it had been hostile, but it had always been a separate entity, a neighbor that Kush had to interact with and accommodate to, but which could not dictate Kush's fate. Now Egypt was Rome, and Rome was vastly more powerful than any single dynasty that had ever ruled Egypt. Rome was an empire that stretched from the Atlantic Ocean to the edge of India. Rome commanded resources that dwarfed anything Egypt had possessed. Rome's armies were disciplined, organized, and seemingly invincible. Rome's legions had conquered the entire Mediterranean world and much of the Near East. And now that Rome controlled Egypt, Rome was on Kush's border, no longer separated by the distance of neutral Egyptian territory. The presence of Rome was felt immediately. Roman soldiers appeared along the border. Roman engineers began construction of forts and fortifications. Roman governors took up residence in Egyptian cities. And all of this was done with the quiet confidence of a power that knew itself to be supreme. The implications were immediate and troubling. Rome was an imperial power, a state that believed in expanding its dominion, in bringing neighboring territories under its control, in extracting wealth and resources from conquered peoples. The Romans looked at Kush with the eyes of a conqueror. They saw a kingdom with resources, with wealth derived from trade, with a strategic location, and they asked themselves, why should this kingdom remain independent? Why should Kush not simply become another Roman province, its wealth flowing into Roman treasuries, its people subject to Roman authority? The Roman attitude toward Kush was not one of peaceful coexistence as equals, but of imperial domination. Rome did not respect Kush's independence or acknowledge its right to rule itself. Rome saw Kush as a territory that should be Roman, a kingdom that needed to be conquered and absorbed into the Roman Empire. In the minds of Roman strategists and imperial planners, Kush represented incomplete conquest, a territory that had not yet been brought under Roman control, a resource base that had not yet been integrated into the Roman system. This was an intolerable situation in Roman imperial ideology. The conquest of Egypt by Rome changed everything for Kush. What had been a situation where Kush could maintain its independence through a balance of power with Egypt and other Mediterranean states became a situation where Kush faced the overwhelming might of Rome. At first, the Kushite rulers tried diplomacy. Perhaps they hoped Rome could be managed through negotiation and the establishment of mutually beneficial relationships. Kush was wealthy. Kush possessed goods that Rome desired, particularly iron and the luxury goods that came through Red Sea trade routes. Perhaps Rome would be satisfied with trade relationships and tribute rather than insisting on conquest. Perhaps the two powers could coexist, each respecting the other's territory and interests. For a time, this approach seemed to work. The Roman conquest of Egypt was followed by a period of relative peace. Roman forces moved south to secure Egypt's southern border. They established forts and garrisons along the border between Egypt and Nubia. They made clear that Roman power extended to Kush's doorstep. But they did not immediately invade Kush or attempt to conquer it outright. There was a kind of tense equilibrium. Rome asserted its dominance. Kush acknowledged Roman power but maintained its independence. Trade continued. Embassies were exchanged. For a time, it seemed that the two powers might find a way to coexist. But this tense peace was unstable. Rome's imperial logic could not tolerate an independent kingdom on its border indefinitely. Rome had not conquered the world by respecting the independence of neighboring states. Rome had conquered the world by absorbing those states, by bringing them under direct Roman control, by transforming them into provinces from which Rome could extract wealth and resources. The question was not whether Rome would eventually move against Kush, but when. And the answer came around 25 years after the Roman conquest of Egypt, when Rome, emboldened by its power and impatient with the continuation of an independent kingdom, made its move. The Roman governor of Egypt, a man named Aelius Gallus, decided that the time had come to bring Kush under Roman control. But Gallus, despite his position of authority and the armies at his command, was not actually planning a direct conquest of Kush. Instead, he was planning what he thought would be an easy military campaign to establish Roman suzerainty over Kush. He intended to move his armies southward, defeat the Kushite forces that opposed him, sack the capital at Meroë if necessary, and then establish Rome as the dominant power with Kush as a subordinate kingdom that would pay tribute to Rome. But Aelius Gallus made a critical error. He was not as aware as he should have been of the capabilities of Kushite forces and the determination of Kushite leadership. And he was not as aware as he should have been of the woman who was ruling Kush at that moment. Her name was Amanirenas, and she was a Kandake, or queen of Kush. Amanirenas had come to power around the year 40 BCE and was ruling Kush during this period of Roman pressure and threat. She was not a weak or timid ruler. She was a woman of remarkable courage and determination, a woman who understood that Rome could not be appeased or managed through diplomacy alone. She was a widow, having inherited the throne through her son, and she ruled not as a regent, but as an active and aggressive leader who commanded respect and obedience from her generals and her people. When Rome demanded that Kush submit to Roman authority, when Roman demands became increasingly aggressive and threatening, when the Roman prefect began to make it clear that submission was not optional but inevitable, Amanirenas made a decision that shocked the Roman world. She decided not to submit, not to negotiate, not to try to manage the Roman threat through careful diplomacy. Instead, she decided to fight. In the year 25 BCE, While Aelius Gallus was away on a campaign in Arabia, Amanirenas led her armies northward into Egypt. The decision was bold and audacious. Rome's military reputation seemed nearly invincible, and yet Amanirenas judged that this moment, while Rome's attention was divided, was an opportunity to strike a blow against Roman power. She struck at Roman positions and Egyptian cities that had been brought under Roman control. She attacked the city of Syene on the southern border of Egypt at the First Cataract. She attacked the city of Philae, an island in the Nile that was of strategic importance, where priests had served the goddess Isis for centuries. She moved her forces with speed and purpose, overwhelming unprepared Roman garrisons, winning battles against Roman soldiers. She defeated Roman forces that stood in her way. For a moment, it seemed as though a small Nubian kingdom might actually stand up to Rome and win. The victories were exhilarating, and they emboldened Amanirenas to push further northward. Perhaps, she may have thought, Rome could be defeated. Perhaps Kush could actually preserve its independence through military force. But Rome's response was decisive. When Aelius Gallus returned from his Arabian campaign, he immediately gathered his forces and moved southward to suppress the Kushite revolt. What followed was a military campaign that demonstrated both the strength of Kushite resistance and the ultimate superiority of Roman military power. Amanirenas led her forces in battle against the Roman armies. She commanded legendary Kushite archers, warriors of great skill and courage, and even war elephants that were used in Kushite warfare. She was, by all accounts, a formidable military leader who fought with intelligence and ferocity. But she was fighting against Rome, and Rome's armies were simply too powerful. The battle between Kushite forces and Roman legions took place at Napata, the ancient capital of Kush, the sacred city at the foot of Jebel Barkal. It was a significant location for this confrontation, a place that was sacred to Kushite identity and Kushite history. The Romans attacked the city with overwhelming force. The Kushite defences, however skillfully commanded by Amanirenas, could not withstand the onslaught. The city was sacked. The Roman forces occupied Napata. The temples and monuments that had stood for centuries were damaged. The sacred mountain of Jebel Barkal itself was desecrated by Roman forces. Amanirenas was forced to withdraw. She was wounded in the battle, suffering an injury to her eye that would mark her for the rest of her life. She would be remembered by the Romans as the one-eyed warrior queen of Kush, a woman who had dared to challenge Rome and had paid the price. But Amanirenas was not defeated in the way that other rulers might have been defeated. She withdrew with her forces, but she did not surrender. She regrouped her armies further south in the lands around Meroë, which remained under Kushite control, and from there she waged a guerrilla war against Rome. For years, she harassed Roman forces, attacked Roman supply lines, struck at Roman positions. She refused to submit, refused to accept Roman domination of her kingdom. She maintained Kushite independence even in the face of Roman military superiority. This guerrilla war lasted for years, draining Roman resources and demonstrating that Rome could not easily incorporate Kush into its empire through military force alone. Eventually, however, Rome's greater resources began to tell. The constant warfare was exhausting Kush's ability to resist. The Kushite economy, based on trade, was disrupted by the warfare. Caravans could not move safely. Markets were disrupted. The people of Kush were suffering under the burden of war, conscripted into armies, their homes threatened, their fields neglected. Amanirenas, despite her courage and determination, despite her legendary status as a warrior queen, recognized that Kush could not indefinitely sustain a war against Rome. Rome had the capacity to simply outlast Kush, to commit resources endlessly, to replace losses, to keep fighting year after year until Kush was exhausted. And so, after years of conflict, she entered into negotiations with Rome. The negotiations were conducted between Kushite representatives and Roman officials, taking place in the contested lands between the two powers, in the cities of the border region. The result was a treaty that, while not subjecting Kush completely to Roman control, did establish Rome as the dominant power in the relationship. The treaty was preserved in inscriptions, in official records, in the memories of those who witnessed the negotiations. Kush retained its independence and its internal autonomy. Kushite kings continued to rule, the temples continued to function. The Kushite state continued to exist. The Kushite army was not completely destroyed. The Kushite people were not enslaved. But Rome's paramountcy was now established. Rome could dictate foreign policy to Kush. Rome could demand tribute. Rome could expect Kush to defer to Roman interests in matters of trade and diplomacy. The age of Kushite independence had not entirely ended, but it had been fundamentally constrained. Kush now existed in Rome's shadow, and the shadow was growing darker and longer with each passing year. The treaty between Rome and Kush, negotiated in the years following Amanirenas' failed rebellion, established a framework for coexistence that would persist for the next century or so. The terms of the treaty were relatively generous to Kush compared to what Rome might have demanded. Rome did not attempt to conquer Kush directly, or incorporate it into the empire as a province. This was partly because Rome recognized that Kush could not be conquered without an enormous expenditure of resources, partly because Rome was focused on other frontiers, where the challenges seemed more pressing, where the terrain was more favorable and the resistance less determined. But it was also because Rome found that it could extract what it wanted from Kush through a system of tribute and subordination without the expense and difficulty of direct conquest and occupation. Kush became what was called a client kingdom, a state that nominally retained independence but which was under Rome's control and which paid tribute to Rome. The status of client kingdom meant that Kush occupied an intermediate position in the Roman system, neither fully independent nor fully incorporated. Kushite kings continued to rule, but they did so with Rome's approval. They were expected to maintain order, to prevent anything that might threaten Roman interests, to contribute resources to Roman military campaigns if called upon to do so, to provide soldiers for Roman armies if Rome needed them. In return, Rome guaranteed the security of the Kushite kingdom against external enemies, and allowed Kush to maintain its internal independence. Rome became the guarantor of Kushite stability, and this guarantee was not given lightly. It was the price that Kush paid for being allowed to continue to exist as a political entity. This arrangement, while leaving Kush nominally independent, fundamentally altered the nature of Kushite power and status. Kush was no longer a power that could pursue its own interests independently. Kush had become subordinate to Rome, dependent on Rome's continued protection and forbearance for its survival. Kushite rulers could not make foreign policy decisions without considering Rome's interests. Kushite rulers could not enter into alliances or agreements with other powers without Rome's approval. Kushite resources could be called upon by Rome at any time. Kushite soldiers could be demanded for Roman military campaigns. The Kushite kingdom existed now at Rome's sufferance, and while Rome did not immediately move to destroy or completely subjugate Kush, the trajectory was clear. Kush had become, as one historian would put it, merely a satellite kingdom in the Roman system, powerful in its own region, but ultimately dependent on and subordinate to Rome. The relationship was formalized, codified in documents and treaties, enforced by the presence of Roman military power on the border. It was a relationship that seemed stable and acceptable to both sides when it was first established, but it was a relationship that was fundamentally asymmetrical. Rome held all the advantages. Rome could break the treaty if it wished. Rome could demand more at any time. Kush could resist only at the cost of inviting Roman conquest. The period following the peace between Rome and Kush was one of relative stability but also of profound change. Trade between Kush and Rome resumed and even flourished in some ways. Roman traders came to Meroë seeking iron and the luxury goods that Kush could provide. Kushite merchants travelled to Egyptian ports seeking Roman goods and participating in the broader trade networks of the Roman Empire. There were diplomatic exchanges between Rome and Kush. Roman and Kushite officials met to discuss matters of mutual interest. But underneath this surface of peaceful coexistence, fundamental shifts were taking place that would ultimately undermine Kush's prosperity and power. The most significant of these shifts involved the disruption of the trade networks that had been the foundation of Kush's wealth during the Meroitic period. For centuries, the wealth of Meroë had been based on its position at the crossroads of trade routes that connected the Mediterranean world with the Indian Ocean, with sub-Saharan Africa, with all the lands that touched the great waters of the ancient world. Meroë was the place where goods were collected, stored, and redistributed to their final destinations. Kush controlled many of the routes, and this control generated enormous wealth, both through the direct trade of Kushite products like iron, and through the profits of serving as a middleman in the trade of other goods. But as Rome consolidated its control over Egypt and expanded its presence in the Red Sea, the nature of these trade networks began to change. Rome began to develop its own direct routes, particularly sea routes across the Red Sea to India and the Indian Ocean. Roman merchants, backed by Roman naval power, began to establish direct connections with Indian merchants and traders. This meant that goods that had previously been funneled through Kush, that had generated profits for Kushite merchants and revenues for the Kushite state, now began to bypass Kush entirely. Slowly, over decades, the trade routes that had enriched Meroë began to shift. The overland routes across the desert, the routes that required months of travel through treacherous terrain, the routes that funneled goods through Kush and enriched Kushite intermediaries, began to lose their importance. The river routes along the Nile, which Kush could control, became less significant. And meanwhile, the new sea routes that Rome was developing, the maritime routes that used Roman ships and Roman naval power to move goods across the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, began to dominate trade. Roman merchants, using Roman ships and Roman naval protection, could now transport goods directly from India to Egypt to Rome without having to pass through Kush or pay tribute to Kushite rulers or enrich Kushi to merchants. The sea routes were faster than the overland routes. They could carry larger quantities of goods. They did not require payments to hostile kingdoms or negotiations with merchants who controlled desert fortresses. They simply required naval power, which Rome possessed in abundance. The transformation of trade patterns was inexorable. Goods that had once been transported across the Sahara Desert, passing through Kushite territory, enriching Kushite kings with tributes and taxes, now moved instead by sea. The result was a gradual but inexorable decline in the wealth that flowed into the Kingdom of Kush. The consequences were profound and far-reaching. The revenues from trade decreased year by year, decade by decade. The profits that Kushite merchants had depended on, the profits from serving as intermediaries between distant markets, began to dwindle. The tributes that Kushite kings had levied on caravans passing through their territory began to decline as fewer caravans needed to pass through Kushite territory. The great cities of Kush, which had thrived on the profits of trade, began to decline. The wealth that had made them great was flowing away. Meroë itself, once a bustling centre of commerce where merchants from across the world came to trade, began to feel the effects of this economic shift. Fewer merchants came to the city. Fewer goods arrived in the caravans. The markets were less crowded, less vibrant, less alive. The tax revenues were smaller. The royal treasury was depleted. The ability of the state to function was compromised. This economic disruption was not sudden, but it was relentless and undeniable. Over the decades that followed the peace between Rome and Kush, the economic foundations of Kushite power were slowly eroded. The decline was gradual enough that it might not have been apparent to people living through it day by day, watching the small incremental changes. But when viewed across centuries, the pattern becomes clear and inescapable. The wealth that had characterized the Meroitic period, the prosperity that had allowed Kushite kings to sponsor great building projects and maintain powerful armies, was draining away like water from a broken vessel. The golden age of Kush was ending, not with a dramatic collapse, but with a slow and inexorable decline. The disruption of trade was one of the great ironies of Kush's history. The kingdom had adapted to the loss of Egypt by transforming itself into a mercantile power, by basing its wealth and influence on the control and exploitation of trade routes rather than on the control of territory. This transformation had been successful, and for several centuries, Meroë had flourished as one of the great trading centers of the ancient world. Merchants from India had traveled to Meroë seeking iron. Merchants from the Mediterranean had come seeking luxury goods, ostrich feathers, ivory, gold, spices. The city had been vibrant and profitable and powerful, but now, the very foundation of this mercantile power was being undermined by forces beyond Kush's control. Rome's consolidation of power in the Mediterranean and Egypt, and Rome's development of new sea routes across the Red Sea, created a situation where Kush could no longer maintain control over the trade routes that had enriched it. The wealth that had flowed into Meroë in the earlier Meroitic period began to dry up. Kushite merchants found themselves unable to compete with Roman merchants backed by Roman power and Roman naval protection. Kushite traders who had once dominated the markets of Egypt found themselves squeezed out by Roman competitors who could offer better prices or more reliable supplies. The economic vitality that had characterized Meroë in the 2nd and 1st century, as BCE began to decline visibly, noticeably, painfully. At the same time that Kush's trade networks were being disrupted, the kingdom was facing another threat, one that was perhaps even more fundamental and more difficult to address. The environment itself was turning against Kush. For centuries, the land around Meroë and throughout the Kushite heartland had been reasonably fertile, capable of supporting agriculture, capable of sustaining the population, capable of providing the resources that the Kushite state needed. The Nile had brought water and soil to the region. The grasslands had supported great herds of cattle and other animals. The forests had provided wood and game. The soil had been rich enough to support crops. But now, as the centuries passed, the environment was changing. The reasons for this environmental change are not entirely clear, though historians and archaeologists point to a combination of factors working together to transform the landscape. Climate change, some scholars argue, was reducing rainfall in the Nile Valley region, making agriculture more difficult and less reliable. The rainfall that had always fallen during the summer months, that had fed the grasslands and allowed herds to graze and crops to grow, became less reliable. Some years brought adequate rain, and farmers breathed sighs of relief. Other years brought drought, and crops failed, and animals died, and people went hungry. The unpredictability made planning difficult. It made agriculture risky. It undermined the ability of farmers to produce reliable surpluses that could support the royal court and the priests and the soldiers and the growing population of the cities. But human activity was also playing a role, and perhaps an even more significant role than climate change. The iron industry, which had been the foundation of Kushite wealth, required enormous quantities of wood. The forests that had once surrounded Meroë and extended throughout the region were being cut down relentlessly to provide fuel for the iron furnaces. The charcoal that was produced from this wood, in enormous quantities, was fed into the smelting furnaces that transformed iron ore into usable metal. The furnaces burned constantly, day and night, consuming wood at prodigious rates. It took vast quantities of wood to produce small quantities of iron. The calculation was stark and brutal. The more iron was produced, the more wood was consumed, the more forests were destroyed. As the forest disappeared, as the landscape was denuded of vegetation, the environment changed fundamentally. The removal of the trees meant that when rains did fall, they ran off the bare soil rather than soaking in to feed underground aquifers and maintain water supplies through the dry season. The loss of vegetation meant that the soil itself began to erode, blown away by the winds that now swept across open ground, washed away by the occasional rains that fell on unprotected soil. The erosion meant that even when rains did fall, the water was lost quickly, running off into the Nile rather than being retained in the soil where it could nourish crops. Furthermore, the agricultural lands around Meroë and throughout Nubia were being degraded by overuse. Herds of cattle, which Kush possessed in large numbers, grazed on the grasslands and consumed the vegetation. As the population grew and as agriculture intensified in an attempt to replace the lost wealth from trade, the fields were planted more intensively, the soil was exhausted, and erosion began to take its toll. The same land was planted year after year, the soil depleted of its nutrients, the ability to support crops declining with each passing season. The landscape began to turn to desert, a slow transformation that became increasingly apparent over the course of generations. The once fertile regions began to become dry, barren, incapable of supporting agriculture or large-scale herding. The transformation was not dramatic. It did not happen all at once, but it was inexorable. Year by year, the productive capacity of the land declined. The environmental degradation was slow at first, but over the course of the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE, it accelerated. The land that had supported the Kushite civilization for more than a millennium was becoming uninhabitable. The soil was depleted and eroded, losing its capacity to hold water or to nourish crops. The water was less reliable, as springs dried up and the water table fell. The vegetation was disappearing, replaced by scrubland and desert. And as the environment deteriorated, the economic base of Kush continued to erode. The agricultural production declined, reducing the food supply, making it impossible to feed large populations or large armies. The trade wealth was drying up. And now even the land itself was failing to produce the resources necessary to sustain the civilization. The combination of these factors, the disruption of trade networks, and the environmental degradation was profoundly destabilizing to the Kushite kingdom. The wealth that had flowed into the royal treasury began to decline. The resources that the Kushite state could command began to shrink. The ability of the Kushite rulers to maintain the apparatus of state power, to support the bureaucracy, to maintain the armies, to sponsor the great building projects that had characterized the Meroitic period, all of this began to decline. And as the material base of Kushite power eroded, other problems began to emerge. The political stability of the kingdom was undermined. When a state's wealth is stable and growing, political tensions can be managed, ambitions can be accommodated, different factions can be satisfied. But when a state's wealth is declining, when resources are becoming scarcer, then the competition for those resources becomes more intense. Factions within the Kushite ruling class began to compete more fiercely for the limited resources available. Royal succession, which in earlier times had been a matter of following established precedent and religious authority, became more contentious. Different members of the royal family began to struggle against each other for the throne. Different regional powers began to assert their independence. The later Meroitic period saw increasing political fragmentation. Kings and queens continued to rule. The temples continued to function. The official inscriptions continued to declare that Kush remained a unified kingdom under a single authority. But the reality was becoming increasingly different from these official claims. The unity of the Kushite state was fragmenting, Some regions of the kingdom became effectively independent, recognizing the nominal authority of the Kushite king, but not actually accepting his rule or paying tribute to him. Some cities began to develop their own administrations, their own local powers, their own ways of managing their affairs without reference to the central authority. The authority of the central government, which had been based on control of wealth and military power, began to erode as that wealth and military power declined. Kings found that they could no longer command obedience through force. They found that the tribute and taxes they had depended on were not being paid. They found that when they attempted to enforce their authority through military force, they discovered that their armies had become smaller and less capable. The Kushite state, which had endured for nearly a millennium, which had weathered the Assyrian invasions and adapted to the loss of Egypt, which had flourished during the Meroitic period, was now beginning to fragment from within. The external pressures, the loss of trade wealth and the environmental degradation were being compounded by internal political instability. It was a vicious cycle. The economic decline meant that the central government could command fewer resources, which meant that it could not maintain control over the regions, which meant that regional authorities began to operate independently, which meant that less tribute flowed to the center, which meant further economic decline. And with each cycle, the unity of the kingdom was weakened further. The Kushite civilization, which had once seemed so permanent and so stable, which had endured for over 1,000 years through wars and invasions, and the rise and fall of rivals, was slowly tearing itself apart from the inside. The center was not holding. And across the Red Sea, watching from the highlands, a new power was rising. The kingdom of Aksum, that had grown in the highlands of what is now Ethiopia, had been observing the decline of Kush for generations. Aksum sat on a crucial piece of the ancient world's geography, positioned between the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, between the lands of Africa and the trade routes that led to Arabia and beyond. The Aksumites were not a new people. They had been growing in strength and sophistication for centuries, building their power slowly and deliberately in the highlands that rose above the Red Sea coast. They were merchants themselves, traders who understood the value of commerce and the precious networks that connected the Mediterranean world to the Indian Ocean. They had grown wealthy through their own trade networks, their own connections to the Red Sea commerce, their own access to the lands of the Indian Ocean and to India itself. The Aksumites had developed their own coinage, their own crypt, their own administrative systems. They had grown so powerful that the classical world recognized Aksum as one of the 4 great empires, equal in status and power to Rome, to Parthia, and to China. Whoa. But as Kush weakened, as the Kushite state fragmented from within, as the economy collapsed under the weight of lost trade and environmental degradation, the Aksumites began to consider possibilities that had previously been unthinkable. What if they simply took what remained of Kush? What if they moved westward and conquered the lands that Kush still claimed as its own? What if they extended their dominion across the Red Sea into the lands of the Nile Valley? Aksum was powerful, but it had never been tempted to expand into Nubia because Kush was powerful, because Kush could defend itself, because Kush was a formidable enemy that was not worth the cost of conquest. The Aksumites had focused their expansion southward and eastward into Africa and toward the Indian Ocean, where the profits of trade were enormous and where they faced rivals but not one single great unified power. But now the calculation had changed entirely. Kush was no longer formidable. Kush was weak, fragmented, exhausted by centuries of war with Rome and by internal struggles between regional authorities, exhausted by economic decline that had drained the kingdom of its wealth, exhausted by environmental catastrophe that was making the land itself incapable of sustaining the civilization. The time had come. The opportunity was before them, clear and obvious and difficult to resist. The Axumites were not a new people emerging suddenly from nowhere. They had been building their power for centuries, gradually and persistently, accumulating wealth and influence through generations of strategic action. Their kingdom centered on the Red Sea coast and the highlands of what is now Ethiopia, territory that was naturally wealthy and strategically positioned to control the trade routes that flowed between the Mediterranean world and the Indian Ocean. The Axumites had grown wealthy and powerful through trade, through the movement of goods across the sea and through the highlands, through the exchange of African goods like ivory and gold and spices for Arabian and Indian and Mediterranean products. They were merchants and traders, people who understood commerce and understood how to extract wealth from trade networks through sophisticated systems of taxation and control. They had developed their own script, their own coinage, their own writing system that marked them as a distinctive civilization worthy of respect and recognition. They had their own kings, their own armies, their own administrative apparatus, their own temples and religious sites. They had absorbed influences from the Greek world and from Egypt and from their indigenous African traditions. By the 3rd and 4th centuries CE, the kingdom of Aksum was one of the great powers of the ancient world. It was mentioned by classical geographers and historians alongside Rome, Parthia, and China as one of the 4 great empires of the time. It was a recognized power in the international system. Roman myrrh, chance came to Aksum seeking trade. Aksumite traders traveled to India and beyond, participating in the great maritime trade networks of the Indian Ocean. The kingdom had grown large and wealthy and powerful over the course of centuries. But Aksum had also been expanding, consolidating its power in the regions around it, looking outward at territories that might be conquered and brought under its control. In the early 4th century CE, a remarkable figure came to power in Aksum. His name was King Ezana, also known as Ezanes in some historical sources, and he would be remembered as one of the great kings of Aksumite history, a ruler whose accomplishments and conquests would be recorded in inscriptions that would survive for millennia. Ezana was ambitious, intelligent, and ruthless. He had come to power in a time when Aksum was reaching the height of its strength, when the kingdom was wealthy and secure and confident in its power. He inherited a kingdom that was wealthy, powerful, and confident in its ability to accomplish its goals. And he used that power to expand Aksumite dominion in all directions, to extend Aksumite control over neighboring territories, to consolidate and increase the power and prestige of Aksum. Ezana looked at Kush and saw not a great civilization, but an opportunity. He saw a weakened state, fragmented and exhausted, vulnerable to conquest. He saw territories and resources that could be taken, peoples that could be subjugated, wealth that could be extracted. The land of Nubia had always been attractive to neighboring powers because of its resources and its position on the Nile. And around the year 330 CE, or perhaps slightly earlier, Ezana decided that the time had come to move against Kush. The decision was made with some confidence, because Kush was no longer the power that had once challenged Rome. Kush was no longer the civilization that had dominated the Nile Valley. Kush was weakened, and weakness invites conquest. As the campaign was decisive and overwhelming. Aksumite armies moved westward from the highlands into the lands that Kush claimed as its own. They moved into Nubia, into the territories around Meroë that had once been the heartland of Kushite power. They encountered Kushite forces as they advanced, but these forces were not sufficient to stop them. Kush had no strength to spare for defense. The Kushite state was fragmented, and the fragmentation left it vulnerable. The regional powers that had broken away from central authority had their own concerns and their own survival to think about. They had no interest in committing their forces to a hopeless defense of a central government that no longer had the power to command them or to reward them. They were busy fighting among themselves for control of their own territories, The Aksumite armies advanced steadily westward, moving through the lands that had once been firmly under Kushite control, moving toward Meroë itself, the great capital city that had been the heart of the Kushite civilization for centuries. The conquest was methodical and thorough. The Aksumites were thorough in their conquest. They were not interested in a negotiated settlement or a peace that left Kushite independence intact. They were not interested in accepting tribute from a subordinate kingdom. They were interested in conquest, in subjugation, in extracting whatever wealth and resources remained in the Kushite kingdom. The armies attacked Meroë directly. They attacked the temples and the palaces. They looted the great capital city, taking whatever gold and treasure they could find. According to the later accounts and inscriptions, they looted the temples of their gold. They took the wealth that the Kushite kings had accumulated over centuries. The sacred sites of Amun, the temples that had been honored for centuries, the repositories of gold and treasures, were plundered. The inscriptions that the Aksumites left behind speak of their conquest in matter-of-fact language, with the kind of bluntness that comes from absolute confidence in one's military power. Ezana claimed the title of King of the Aksumites and King of the Noba, and he proclaimed his dominion over the Nile Valley. The victory inscription spoke of the conquest of Nubia and of the sacking of Meroë. The conquest was complete. The Kushite state, weakened by centuries of decline, finally broken by the combination of economic catastrophe and military defeat, ceased to exist as an independent political entity. The Kingdom of Kush had fallen. It would be wrong to say that Kush disappeared suddenly, as if it simply ceased to exist in a single moment of catastrophe. The reality was more complex and more gradual, more like the slow fading of light at dusk than like the sudden extinguishing of a flame. The conquest by Aksum was not permanent. The Aksumite occupation did not last for generations or establish a lasting dominion. The evidence suggests that the Aksumite presence in the lands of Kush was relatively short-lived, a brief assertion of power followed by withdrawal. After Ezana's conquest, after the initial Aksumite occupation and looting, after the proclamation of Aksumite dominion over the Nile Valley, the Aksumites withdrew. They returned to their own territories in the highlands. They did not establish a permanent occupation of the Nile Valley. They did not establish a garrison system that would allow them to rule Kush directly. They did not attempt to transform Kush into an Aksumite province with administrators answering to the king in Aksum. What they did was deliver a final blow to a civilization that was already dying. They took what wealth remained, stripping away whatever gold and treasures were left in the temples and the palaces. They demonstrated conclusively that Kush was no longer a power that could defend itself, no longer a military force to be reckoned with. They proclaimed their dominion and then withdrew to their own territories. The Kushite state, already fragmented and exhausted, was finished. The final decades of the Kingdom of Kush are difficult to trace in detail, difficult to understand clearly with the fragmentary evidence that remains. The historical sources become sparse and fragmentary as we move into the 4th century. The literary references to Kush become less frequent. The inscriptions that had been common in earlier periods become rare or disappear entirely. Archaeological evidence becomes sparser as well, making it difficult to reconstruct events with certainty. But it seems that after the Aksumite conquest, the process of abandonment accelerated rapidly. Meroë, the great capital city that had been the heart of Kushite civilization for centuries, was gradually abandoned. The process was not instant. It was not as if the entire population suddenly fled in panic. There, the urban life of Meroë began to decline slowly, gradually, over a period of years and decades. The markets became less busy with merchants and traders. The temples continued to function, but with fewer priests, fewer worshippers, fewer resources, fewer pilgrims coming to pray. The administrative apparatus of the state continued to exist in some form, but with less power, less wealth, less significance. The bureaucracy that had once controlled the kingdom began to shrink. The tax collectors could collect less. The officials could command less respect. The people who remained in Meroë were increasingly the poor, the servants, the people who had nowhere else to go, the people who depended on the city for their survival. The wealthy fled. The officials fled to establish themselves in SM, Allah towns, or in the regional kingdoms that were beginning to emerge. The merchants fled, taking their goods and their capital with them to other cities, to other kingdoms, to other opportunities. The priests of Amun, who had served at the great temples for centuries, gradually abandoned the sacred sites of their religion, leaving the temples to decay. Some scholars have suggested that climate change may have contributed significantly to the final abandonment, adding to the pressures that were already forcing people to leave. The climate of the region was becoming drier over the course of the centuries. The rains that had always been crucial to agriculture, the seasonal rains that filled the Nile and made agriculture possible, were becoming less reliable, less consistent, more unpredictable. The environmental degradation that had been ongoing for centuries, the deforestation and overgrazing and soil erosion, was reaching a critical point where the environment was fundamentally transformed. The land was becoming increasingly unsuitable for agriculture, for supporting crops, for sustaining herds. The herds of cattle that had been a source of wealth and food could no longer be sustained on the degraded grasslands. The population could no longer be fed from the depleted soils. The reserves of grain that had once been stored in the great warehouses were gone, consumed during the lean years or looted by the Axumites. What remained of the Kushite state simply could not sustain itself in a land that was becoming desert. The environmental crisis, the economic collapse, the political fragmentation, and the military conquest by Axum all converged at the same moment to make Meroë uninhabitable. Slowly, gradually, over the course of decades, the city was emptied. The great pyramids that had been built to house the bodies of kings and queens, monuments to the power and majesty of the civilization, were left empty. The temples were like feet to decay, their walls exposed to the elements. The streets were left to the desert winds, to the occasional wanderer, to the silence of abandonment. By the middle of the 4th century CE, around 350 CE, the great city of Meroë was abandoned, the once mighty capital of a civilization that had endured for over 1,000 years was now a ghost city, empty and silent, slowly being reclaimed by the desert, covered year by year with sand and dust. The pyramids remained, grand monuments standing alone in the landscape, reminders of a former glory that was now past, monuments to a civilization that no longer existed. The temples remained, their walls slowly crumbling, their decorated surfaces slowly fading, their sanctuaries no longer receiving worshippers or hearing the chants of priests. The palaces remained, their rooms slowly being consumed by sand and wind, their walls slowly dissolving into rubble. But the people were gone. The civilizer, Tian, was gone. The kingdom of Kush had fallen, and what remained was not a state or a kingdom, but rather a memory, embodied only in the ruins of its greatest cities, preserved only in the pyramids and temples and palaces that stood empty in the desert. The collapse of Kush did not mean the disappearance of Nubian culture or Nubian people. The Nubians did not vanish from the landscape like people fleeing a sinking ship. Rather, the unified Kushite state fragmented into smaller political entities, breaking apart into pieces as the central authority lost the power to maintain cohesion. The central authority that had held the Nile Valley under its rule for over 1,000 years was gone, dissolved into ineffectiveness by centuries of decline. But regional powers and local authorities continued to exist. Different kingdoms emerged in the ruins of Kush, kingdoms that would carry on some traditions from the Kushite past, while developing new identities and new cultures. In Lower Nubia, closer to Egypt, closer to the border with Rome's province, there emerged a kingdom called Napata. This was based in the territories that had once been under Kushite control, territories that had been ruled by Kushite kings for centuries. But it was a separate and distinct political entity. The people of Napata had their own rulers, their own administrations, their own way of governing, their own way of organizing society and economy and military power. They adopted some elements of Kushite culture, preserving some traditions and some practices. But they were not Kushite. They were the successor to Kush, in the sense that they occupied the space that Kush had occupied, but they were not the continuation of Kush. They were a new creation, born from the ruins of the old civilization. Further south, in the Middle Nile Valley, in the region that had once been the heartland of Kushite power, there emerged another kingdom called Meroë. This kingdom was centered on the town of Dongola, which became its capital, replacing Meroë as the center of power in the Nile Valley. Meroë would eventually grow into a significant power, and its rulers would eventually reunite much of the Nile Valley under their control, creating a new kingdom that would dominate the region for centuries. But in the immediate aftermath of the collapse of Kush, Meroë was a small regional kingdom, struggling to establish its authority over its territories, struggling to assert control over a region that was fragmented and turbulent. And even further south, in the regions around the White Nile, in territories that were more remote and less developed, there emerged a third successor kingdom called Alodia. Again, this was a small regional power, one of several entities that emerged from the ruins of the Kushite collapse, one of several new kingdoms that would compete for power and control in the post-Kushite world. The emergence of these successor kingdoms happened gradually, over decades and centuries, not according to any planned sequence, but rather as a natural result of the fragmentation of the Kushite state. Archaeological evidence suggests that the transition was not always peaceful or organized. The centuries immediately following the collapse of Kush saw considerable turmoil and conflict. The Noba people, pastoralists from further south, began to move into regions that had been under Kushite control, moving northward, seeking better grazing lands, seeking opportunities in the lands that Kush had controlled. These were warrior peoples who had their own way of life, their own culture, their own traditions, their own way of organizing society and warfare. In some cases, they came into conflict with the remnants of Kushite authority, with whatever remained of Kushite military power. In other cases, they simply established their own small kingdoms and chiefdoms in territories where central authority had collapsed. The archaeological record from this period, from the 4th and 5th centuries CE, shows evidence of conflict, of shifting boundaries, of changing populations, of new cultures emerging and old cultures disappearing. It was a time of upheaval and transformation, a time of chaos and uncertainty. The old order was gone. The new order had not yet fully formed. It was a period when the future was unclear and the past was fading into memory. What is remarkable is that there is archaeological evidence of the very end of habitation at Meroë, evidence that allows us to see into the last years of the city. The excavators of the site found evidence that people continued to live in the abandoned temples and palaces long after the city had been officially abandoned, long after the royal court had fled and the administration had collapsed. In the great temples of Amun, archaeologists found evidence of squatter occupation, of poor people living in the ruins of structures that had once housed priests and sacred rituals, structures that had once been among the most important religious sites in the ancient world. In the rooms of the great palaces, archaeologists found evidence of simple burials, of people being buried in the corners, and rooms of royal structures that had once been symbols of power and majesty. structures that had once housed kings and queens. The wheel-turned pottery, the sophisticated ceramic ware that had been produced in Meroë for centuries, pottery that represented hundreds of years of craft tradition and technical knowledge, disappeared completely. In its place, archaeologists found only coarse, handmade pottery, crude and simple, the work of people without the skills or resources to create the sophisticated ceramics of the Meroitic civilization. It was as if the very knowledge and skill of the civilization was disappearing along with the civilization itself, lost forever as the trained craftsmen died or fled, and their knowledge was not passed on to the next generation. The pyramids of Meroë were plundered, their sanctity violated, their treasures removed. The tombs that had been built with enormous effort and expense to preserve the bodies of kings and queens forever, monuments meant to endure for eternity, were broken into and desecrated. The treasures that had been buried with the dead were stolen, removed, taken away. Over the centuries, the pyramids were damaged and weathered by wind and rain and time. Some collapsed, their stones tumbling down. The desert wind and sand scoured them, eating away at the stone, wearing down the edges. The inscriptions that had been carved on their walls faded away, becoming illegible as the stone weathered. By the time modern archaeologists came to Meroë centuries later, in the 18th and 19th centuries, the pyramids were still standing, but they were broken ruins, monuments to a past that was almost beyond imagination, remnants of a civilization that had been completely forgotten by the world. The very end of the civilization is preserved in the archaeological record, preserved in stone and pottery, and the traces of human occupation. It is preserved in the evidence of the last people who lived in the ruins of Meroë, the poor and the desperate who made their homes in the chambers of palaces. It is preserved in the simple burials in the corners of royal structures. It is preserved in the disappearance of the pottery of a once sophisticated civilization, replaced by crude handmade wares. The archaeological evidence also tells us about the world that the first modern Europeans encountered when they began to explore the ruins of Meroë centuries later. When the Jesuits and later European travelers came to Sudan in the 16th, 17th and 18th centuries, they found only ruins and confusion, a landscape where great monuments stood without any clear explanation for their existence. The great city of Meroë had been lost to memory and to geography, lost to the knowledge of the local people, lost to the historical record. The local Arab and Nubian inhabitants of the region knew that there were ancient ruins there, knew that there were pyramids and temples standing in the desert, but they did not know what the ruins represented or what civilization they came from. The knowledge of Kush had been lost. The memory of the Great Kingdom had faded away completely. It was not until 1772 that a European scholar named Johann Bernhard Michaelis definitively identified the ruins as the ancient city of Meroë, drawing on classical texts and on the evidence of the ruins themselves. And not until the early 20th century, when systematic excavation was undertaken by archaeologists, did scholars truly understand the grandeur and the sophistication of the civilization that had produced these ruins. The rediscovery of Meroë was, in many ways, a rediscovery of an entire lost civilization, a bringing back into human consciousness of a civilization that had been completely forgotten. The Kingdom of Kush itself remained alive in the memory of the classical world for a time. Roman and Greek writers continue to reference Kush, to speak of it as if it was still a significant power, even as it was declining and eventually disappearing. But gradually, as the centuries passed, and as the Roman Empire itself began to decline, the memory of Kush faded. By the medieval period, the great kingdoms of Nubia were Christian kingdoms, influenced by Christianity, spreading from Egypt and from Aksum. The old Kushite religion, the worship of Amun at the temples of Jebel Barkal and Meroë, had completely disappeared. The Meroitic language, the writing system that had been developed in the later Meroitic period, was no longer written or spoken. The administrative systems and the governmental structures of Kush were gone. The cultural continuity with Kush was broken. And yet, the memory of Kush lived on. The later Nubian kingdoms that emerged from the ruins of Kush preserved some elements of Kushite culture and tradition. They continued to use the pyramids as burial monuments for their kings and queens. They continued to bury their dead in elaborate tombs, following a tradition that had come down from the Kushite period. Some of the religious traditions of Nubia were influenced by the old Kushite religions, even if the specific worship of Amun disappeared. The very landscape of the Nile Valley, shaped by millennia of Kushite civilization, bore the imprint of Kush. The cities that would be built in later periods were often built on the ruins of Kushite cities. The territories that would be claimed by later Nubian kingdoms were territories that had once been part of the Kushite realm. The memory of Kush was written into the very geography of the region. In the modern world, the rediscovery of Meroë and the careful archaeological investigation of the Kushite civilization has revealed to us a lost world of remarkable sophistication and grandeur. The pyramids of Meroë are among the greatest monuments of the ancient world. The inscriptions in Meroitic and in Egyptian hieroglyphics have allowed scholars to piece together the history of the civilization. The artifacts found in Kushite tombs and cities have shown us the remarkable artistic sophistication of the civilization. The ironworking technology of Kush was as advanced as anything produced in the ancient world. The Meroitic script was a unique and distinctive writing system that represented a high degree of cultural development. The status of women in Kushite society, particularly during the Meroitic period, was extraordinary for the ancient world. The Kandakes, the queen mothers and queens who ruled Kush, commanded armies and made treaties with Rome. They built temples and tombs. They sponsored art and culture. In a world where women had little power or authority, the women of Kush stood as exceptions, as rulers and leaders in their own right. The Kingdom of Kush, having risen to be one of the great civilizations of the ancient world, having endured for over 1,000 years through triumph and disaster, having produced remarkable monuments and a distinctive culture that was known and respected throughout the ancient world, having resisted the power of Rome itself through the courage and determination of Queen Amanirenas and others who refused to submit, having built the great city of Meroë and the temples at Jebel Barkal and Napata that stood as monuments to the kingdom's piety and power, having developed a sophisticated ironworking industry that made Meroë famous, having established and maintained a thriving mercantile network that connected Africa to the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, having created a unique writing system, and a distinctive religious and cultural tradition that was unlike anything else in the ancient world, gradually declined and finally fell. The collapse was not sudden, not like a building struck by lightning. It was the result of forces that had been working against the kingdom for centuries, forces that accumulated over time, forces that reinforced each other and magnified each other's effects. The loss of Egypt to Rome, the disruption of the trade networks that had enriched the kingdom for centuries, the environmental degradation that had made the land less and less able to sustain agriculture and settlement as the forests were cut down and the soil was depleted, the political fragmentation that had weakened central authority until the central government could no longer command obedience, the rise of a new power, the kingdom of Aksum, that was able to deliver the final blow to a civilization that was already dying from internal causes. By the middle of the 4th century CE, the Kingdom of Kush was gone. The great city of Meroë was abandoned, empty of people, slowly being reclaimed by the desert. The pyramids stood alone in the desert, monuments to a past that was rapidly fading into obscurity, monuments that would gradually be forgotten by the world for more than 1,000 years. The Nile Valley was ruled by smaller kingdoms, by peoples who had no direct continuity with the Kushite past, by cultures that were adapting to the new realities of a world where the old powers were fading and new powers were rising. The glory of Kush was remembered only in the ruins that lay scattered across Sudan, ruins that would eventually be lost to knowledge and memory. The civilization that had endured for over 1,000 years had finally passed into history, becoming a footnote in historical texts, becoming a forgotten empire. And yet, the legacy of Kush would not disappear. The later Nubian kingdoms, the kingdoms of Napata and Meroë and Alodia, would themselves grow into great powers in the centuries that followed. They would build their own monuments, would establish their own cultures, would leave their own imprint on history, would rule the Nile Valley for centuries. And though they were not Kush, though they did not identify themselves as Kushite, though they had their own distinct cultures and traditions, they were in many ways the inheritors of the Kushite world. They lived on the lands that Kush had controlled. They ruled the Nile Valley that Kush had once dominated. They were, in many ways, the continuation of a tradition that stretched back to the earliest days of the Kingdom of Kush, a tradition of civilization and grandeur on the Nile, a tradition that had begun before Kush and would continue long after Kush had faded into the past. The Kingdom of Kush had fallen, but the Nile Valley would remain a place of civilization and culture and human achievement for centuries to come.